I would echo the previous speaker. Then I would add on the primary way of getting to them, enlightening them, is by, you see, these are our parents. Most of Gen Zs, these are our parents. We live with them. So the first step is to talk to them. I would give you an example. After the financial bill was dropped, very many parents were telling Gen Zs, now, please, can you calm down? Give him time. We see he has dropped the bill, because they are not aware. They are not aware of what people are asking. They see financial bill drop. They think it is only about financial bill. So you need to tell them there is so many things to talk about in this country. There is a lot of rot, corruption, everything. And this, now, most of them, you need to talk to your parents day by day, telling them why we are on the streets. And by so doing this, for me, there's a primary method we can apply on that matter. Can I continue on other issues, or we are first discussing that one?
Continue for a minute or two.
Okay, thank you very much. And I request you guys to follow me. I don't have followers. I have like about 155 followers, so I really appreciate. I follow back immediately. So I say, so I would like to, the previous point I had put forward about having, like, if we decide to occupy, let it be one place. Because somebody has just talked about the Occupy Parliament. It worked. When that time, if you could go to the X space, you would see it was only Occupy Parliament and Occupy Parliament only. And it worked. And I can assure you, after Occupy Parliament, we haven't achieved much. That was the greatest achievement we achieved, is in numbers. After that, now things began to be, fear came in after military and other things. That's why we need to be united again. We have a common front, and we are going to achieve. Number two, I would also like to contribute a bit about how our country is, like, it is held hostage by the political class. You can see people said reject finance bill, but what did we witness after it was rejected? You see, these people, all of them, the fish rots from the head. Starting from the head, he started saying, now conditions. It has been dropped with conditions, but that is not what exactly the citizens wanted. This rudeness, citizens wanted things to run normally, but drop the finance bill. Why? Because the country has money. The money is chiffoned by corrupt leaders. The money, we all know where the money goes. The money is allocated to unnecessary offices and so on. Operating with the previous budget and dropping the finance bill, why are you giving citizens conditions? Can you see the kind of people you are dealing with? You people, that is not what people wanted. You start giving people conditions when people are telling you to check on our expenditure. It is possible to operate within our means, but it doesn't mean you start giving citizens strict conditions, as if you are running the country as if it is a small office. You are a small office, like somebody said here in the space the other day, like a kibanda. You can close when you want. You tell the citizens the way you want, even if that is not what they are asking for. It is very unfortunate. For example, I will tell you another case. Personally, people are saying when chief is dropped, we go back to NHIF. But people are forgetting, in the same NHIF, for example, there is a lot of corruption there. A lot. For example, one day I went to Kenyatta a very long time ago. We young people, thank God we are educated and we understand these things. When I went to Kenyatta Hospital, I was paying NHIF, and I asked, I happened to ask one medic if I can be treated. And the response she gave me was very provocative. She told me, no, NHIF is for civil servants. Imagine. She could have even used other language. I got provoked and I asked her, are you serious? KNHF is for civil servants. Are they the ones who pay tax? That is the question I asked her. Because I was very angry with that response. Are they the ones who pay tax? So NHIF, apart from all the, it is schemed to make sure the common citizens do not access healthcare, even if you pay that insurance fund. How? First of all, they have some funny conditions that you must choose a hospital. I'm paying health insurance fund. Again, this is a government scheme which we should even access healthcare without even paying for that insurance. And then you have to choose hospital. You are in Kajiado. It is a way. It is a way of denying you access to healthcare, which is provided in the constitution. And you need also to amplify this and get this across to the lawyers, because that I find it very it is mockery to tell people if you have to choose a hospital, and then you cannot choose that Kenyatta National Hospital. But then when I went to be treated there, the doctor, that is what the doctor had to say. The doctor told me KNH is for civil servants. I want to ask you for sure, is it civil servants who pay tax in this country? Is it civil servants? Are you serious? Is it only civil servants? I asked her that question. I was very angry. If Kenyatta National Hospital is excluded for choosing as a hospital, and even we should not have that discussion of choosing hospitals. I mean, we should access healthcare free. Now you are even paying insurance fund. Then they are putting conditions to make sure citizens does not get healthcare, which is written in the constitution. It is a right for the Kenyan citizens. Like, I do not understand the kind of country we are living in. This is something people are forgetting when they are saying we go back to NHIF. But even the NHIF itself, there are a lot of reforms that need to be done. Believe me, you. So that is one of the experience that I had with NHIF, and we need. So for me, I even actually stopped paying NHIF. So the other one is I would like to echo those people who are saying we should not wait for 2027. I want to tell you guys, anyone who come to this space to tell you we wait for 2027 for elections, to tell you you take your ID. Yes, we should of course apply for voters card and ID cards, but let us finish this mission. The person who tells you 2027, he does not understand Ruto. I want to tell you the truth. This is a little devil himself. First of all, the $1.2 trillion within that I saw the last how many, and I want you guys to listen. This guy, he will make sure there is no way you can remove him from office. Those are two things which are going to happen. There is no way you can wait for 2027 unless you want us to lose the country forever. We will never have this country back again. That's what I have to tell you. We will never, and it can never happen. This is the only chance. And believe me, he never saw Gen Z coming. He never saw this movement coming. He never. Otherwise, he is a strategist. If he ever saw this one coming, he would have blocked it. He is a strategist. He is a very wicked crook. I think some of you who were able to take history, they know about Hitler. This guy is a very wicked crook, is a very wicked dictator. If he was able to see Gen Z coming, this movement coming, he would have been able to block it. In the same way, my friend, this guy, everyone telling you 2027, this is a distractor who has been sent by the same regime to distract you, to distract us. You believe that is the truth, I know. Because it is a strategy to buy time. Just like the way you see the way you know how to buy time. This guy came and said he has dismissed CS. Very many people here are thinking that way, that it was buying time, because some people, a large number of people cooled down. A large number of people cooled down, and that one you can observe. But now I'm very happy. The rage is coming back originally, like the way we did before the finance bill was dropped, because people have seen it is a game. Like they think like the country belongs to the political class, whereas we know the country belongs to the 56 or 54 or 56 million people. We cannot be having a country which at the about 100,000 people owns the country. The 52 or 53 point something million are sufferers. There is nothing like that. We cannot in 21st century. It is a joke. Okay, somebody comes here. I want to tell you something. Somebody comes here and country. I want to ask you, everyone who is here, which country is there? Which country is there? These guys have burnt the country, all of it, by looting and corruption. And they are asking you not to ban. Which country? Which country are they asking you not to ban? Okay, I'm not saying we'll be violent, but which country are they is left? Which country? They are telling you, please stop this protest. We continue with exploitation. Who is against that? That is the truth. They are saying, please stop this protest. That is the message. Please stop this protest. We continue with exploitation. That is the message. It is not we will ban our country. As somebody said, we are being compared with Sudan. Since when demanding accountability? Since when demanding accountability was compared to Sudan? Since when demanding accountability was compared to Sudan? What are these jokes? What are these jokes we are seeing circulating? And some people are buying. Don't buy. Don't subscribe to such jokes. Demanding accountability. How can you compare demanding accountability to Sudan? Is that not a joke? That is a pure joke. So I want to say this is a chance. The guy is trembling, as Miguna says, and he knows he's applying all the strategy to kill the movement. When this movement dies, there will be no other chance, whether for Gen Zs, whether millennials, whether all the Kenyan citizens, it will not come. This guy will make sure. The way Gen Zs came without him seeing them, being told that the protests are being imported, Photoshop from somewhere. The Gen Zs came without him seeing. If this one dies, the guy is a strategist, and he will ensure there will be no other threat to him of that magnitude. There will be no other threat of that magnitude to the political class, which you can see already. These guys are starting camping together because they know. For example, all these things we talk about of scandals. Raila Odinga, to say the least.
Just a second, Dennis, before you continue.
Yes,
Um, it's okay. You're having a very good submission, and I don't want you to drop yet. Guys, I've put that tweet on the Jumbotron, and thank you to everyone. I'm getting amazing, amazing DMs as well. We said let's be active, people. There's 1,000 and something, 1,000, almost 1,300 listeners here. There's a tweet on the Jumbotron here about the WhatsApp channel that we've created. I've created a channel because it accommodates more people, up to above of 5,000. We are going to even pay WhatsApp at some point to get premium features of WhatsApp channel. Please retweet that tweet that I put on the Jumbotron. If you can't see it, please go to my profile and scroll down. It's the second tweet after my pinned tweet. A pinned tweet is the one that is fixed at the top about a prayer or a poem. That's the one I've pinned on my profile. The second tweet, please retweet it. It's also pinned here on the Jumbotron. Please, please, please. I'm asking you, go retweet it, and even if before you even retweet, click on that WhatsApp link and join that channel. We'll be sharing. I want in an hour or two. I want us to also be posting the missing persons in a few in the WhatsApp group. So please just go join it. Also circulate it on your WhatsApp. I see 100. This is amazing. We're already at 100 followers on the WhatsApp channel. Take the link, forward it to our uncles, our mothers, etc., etc. Ask them to join. We are taking it to WhatsApp. We are taking the movement to WhatsApp. Let it be known that we are taking it to greater heights because we believe the silent majority are going to make a difference. The reason why they are not making changes because of we've been sleeping on proper communication na tunaipeleka huko pali wako na WhatsApp. See, it's not the only app. We'll even go to Telegram, etc., etc. But first, I believe in us moving strategically. And first, let's go to where? WhatsApp. So it's Kenya County News because we want information from mashinani. So the 1,000 of you, let me see imefika ngapi before I bring in Dennis again. Niwaambie fika ngapi. 162. Tuendelee. By the time Dennis is done, let it be at least 500 followers. Tuendelee kutafuta watu wetu in a very simplified manner. I know some things can be lost here on the TL, but on WhatsApp, we will be doing the proper thing. So endelea kufollow. If you cannot see the link, please ask me or DM me. I will send you the link ASAP. I have opened my DMs. It doesn't matter whether you're verified or not. You can send me a message. Let's keep the conversation going. And I'm trying to get Afrocentric to send me the mic. I mean, to give me the cost powers. If that is not possible, I'm going to communicate what you are going to do. Thank you, Dennis.
Okay,
Dakika
thank you very
tatu
much.
tulete redemptor pia aongee.
Thank you, Wanyama. So I want to say the next point I would put forward is about peaceful protests. I want you guys to look it from this angle. Uh, Gen Zs at this movement, most of them, like almost everyone, is peaceful. Everyone actually. But now we are dealing with a government which is ready to pay, even to pay goons, which is doing not today, which is paying goons, and it's out there in the public domain. Everyone knows it is true, and pay goons to come and disrupt these peaceful demonstrations. That's number one. Number two, on the same point, we are dealing with people, a regime which does not obey constitution. So we have a very, very, very big challenge ahead of us. Like, surely, how are we going to achieve this through peaceful protest with a regime which does not respect even life, which does not respect our constitution? It is going to be very difficult, but there is a way. There is a way of achieving it, and the only way to achieve it is numbers. I think I join most of these spaces, but it's like all of them. Every time I join spaces, every time I'm free. And like Miguna said, and it is true, it is only, even if they are disobeying the constitution, it is only by numbers. It is only by numbers that we can bring this down, this regime, even if they are doing it. And therefore, if we are not going to have numbers, it is totally impossible to fight someone who is not obeying constitution, who is shooting peaceful protesters. How is it going to work? It cannot work. It is numbers. And how can we achieve these numbers? You see, as I said, remember the time of Occupy Parliament. It was only, even when you go to X Space, it was only Occupy Parliament. And that's why everyone was not distracted. They knew it is Occupy Parliament, and tomorrow is Occupy Parliament. But now what do you see? You see people saying today, the same day we are occupying somewhere, the people, the same day you hear, what this place called Kangemi, are they demonstrating? No. Why are you demonstrating in Kangemi, surely? What are we doing? We are losing. What are you doing in Kagemi? If we are occupying Uhuru Park, please let those guys come from Kagemi. What are they doing in Kagemi? We lose. Very many people will be killed. So there's a small group. Another small group is Kayore, is another side. Now, police, they find it so easy. They are just laughing at us, killing us, abducting us. Let us pull numbers. Number two, on the same. You observe that when we are demonstrating, very many counties are very active. Very active. So now we have started to plan how can these people come? How can we pull these people? We finish. They have issues with the county government. Every government is rotten. All of the 47 county governments are rotten, plus the national government. And we understand it. But it is a collective problem of all the Kenyans. So how can we centralize this process? We deal with one issue at a time. It will take less than 2 days to bring down the national government. If those guys I saw demonstrating all those across the country, they can agree to come to Nairobi. Let us support each other. They come. Those who are completely will not get someone to support.
Yeah, tena juu every time I speak inakatika. I don't want to jinx the thing. Nita drop just in case wame hack something yangu or something, okay?
I have to check. Twice.
There. Naenda
In a
and
row.
naenda chini.
Well. I will slowly gravitate towards that point of you and Mohammed devolving the security apparatus, but I have my reservations. But you're making a lot of sense, by the way, given to the fact that the head of state, once he knows, he's just thinking on that matter. But that's why we have these forums, and literally we need to have that referendum and amend the constitution, because it's a living document and it's not made for us to serve the constitution. The constitution is meant to serve us as a Kenyan people, and we need to amend it, in order to safeguard these gains that we have made in democracy. Anyway, Ali,
I can hear you very well.
go ahead. Apologies to the space for the technical glitches, but anyway, go
You've
ahead.
been
They will not stop us. Ayo, tell me, Ali speaking.
Nobody's speaking. I can't hear Ali.
See, even though inaanzanga sisikii mtu nasema oh no.
yeah,
Mimi
yes,
unajua hiyo time space imedrop, sikuwa nasikia shit.
yes,
Yeah,
yes,
baby. I'm like, what's going on? I can't hear anything. Ali, we can't hear you.
Even from our end, we can't hear you.
Africano, karibu kwenye space. Mike ni yako. Habari asubuhi.
Niko fiti, mkoaji, unanisikia?
Tutakupata vizuri haswa, endelea.
All right. Mine is gonna be focusing on something slightly still same but different kiasi. You know, being a civil engineer by profession, like we normally design or get involved in projects for some countries. Unaona how much money these countries are actually spending to develop their own countries. Then we compare with there's some echo coming from somewhere. I don't know where it's coming from. All right, okay. So ukiangalia how much money is being spent in like transforming these modern world countries, they look huge, but si pesa mingi compared to how much money is currently being stolen from our country. Because a good example ukiangalia like right now in our current debt per working class in Kenya. Nilikuwa ya explain my payrolls and my people back home, because I'm based in Canada right now, but nakujaga Kenya most of the time. But ukiangalia our debt, which currently I think by the time I to report the first by half of this year itakuwa almost about 12 trillion. That means every person who is employed in Kenya has a liability in terms of debt of about 650,000 Kenya shillings per person. Even if you divide that 12 trillion by the entire population, kila msee anafaa alipe almost 240,000 for us to settle that debt. It's a huge amount that cannot even be felt anywhere in the country. Because even if you look at the largest projects in the world, let's take for example, the largest plant ya convert seawater into consumable water, which is based in Dubai, iliwa cost $1.5 billion. All right. Ukiangalia, it looks like a big amount, but compare in terms of how much is being stolen, si pesa mob, it's like 210 billion Kenya shillings. And that single plant alone in Dubai, in a convert seawater into consumable water into 150 million gallons. Hiyo ni tuseme kama 567 million liters per day. So for example, ukiweka plant kama Mombasa, imecost Kenya kama 210 billion. It can serve Mombasa, because Mombasa, they just consume about 60 or 70 million liters, and the excess can serve the whole of Nairobi. So imagine investment Mombasa, 210 billion alone will provide water to the whole of Coast Province, not even Mombasa, the entire Coast Province, and the excess can be pumped to Nairobi to serve the entire Nairobi. That's how much money just 210 billion can do. But T-Pesa, it's not seen anywhere in Kenya. Another example, maybe my last example for now, is farming. Like, even if you check the biggest corn farm, ya mahindi, in the world, which is based in the States, all right, they need half as much land, which is like about 1.2 to 2 million acres. Kenya tuko na about 2.5 to 4 million arable land ya mahindi peke yake. All right. Now ukiangalia how much money is required to actually farm all this land is about 90 billion Kenya shillings. To say you provide the required resources for all the land, which is specifically for maize, you can actually provide mahindi Kenya nzima at a very affordable rate, na unabaki na surplus of twice as much as you have produced. Now ukizoea excess, which is, of course, when investment excess is going to be between 50 and 135 billion, which you can sell to Uganda and the likes. But that money is not being felt anywhere in the country, because that 11 trillion shillings, which people keep on saying that has been stolen for the past 15 years, is not reinvested back into Kenya. You'll go to other countries, for example, guys still, like, Kuiba Pesa is not like a new thing. Guys steal money in the West, even where I stay, they steal money. But what they do is they reinvest back in the areas where they have stolen the money from. So Kipatawa said ni wajinga because they have no idea of how to invest that money they've stolen. They invest outside the country. That's why you'll find like most politicians have lands in Congo, Australia. They do their business outside the country. Even if you still like even 5 or 4 or 3 trillion and you reinvest back into the country, hiyo pesa, I'm guaranteed every person angekuwa naiona, from industries, from farming to projects. But that money is sitting somewhere outside the country, offshore accounts. Then it comes back into the country to do these great projects they're calling the Mombasa Expressway and the likes, where they know that that's like a secured investment. So my only worry is, in as much as you are complaining that we have been deprived of our future, because sikudanganyi, being deprived of your future is even if you get a kid today, akona deni ya 240,000 as an individual to the government because of these crooks. So the only way to rectify it is like trying to see where all these looted funds are and try to see how they can come back to the country, because that's gonna be like the game changer in terms of like changing our economy. Because I don't understand how, like, even if you look at the project, the biggest Tesla plant in the world, ambayo Elon Musk amejaribu kuifanya, I think is in Mexico, ilimcost about, I think, 10 billion US dollars, which is like about 1.5 trillion Kenya shillings. Like ile pesa maybe you can even set up 10 plants za Tesla Kenya. It's not realistic. So that shows the amount of wealth that these people have actually stolen from our future. Ni pesa mingi that we cannot comprehend, because then that's how people now are feeling it in terms of sipitali, mashule zinatolewa, because of course if you steal that money and it's not in the country, you have to increase taxes. Like, it's more than treason. It's more than, I think there's a way, we need to find a way on how we can actually change these laws. Like, if anyone steals money from public reserves, it's just the same as treason. And that's why they get away with it, because there's no law which is so punitive to them that can make them not steal money from us. But from my end, I was just trying to bring out how severe the situation is in terms of how much wealth is being stolen from our future, because it's so much that for me it hurts, because unafanya project, unaona hii project it's gonna change a city, and it's costing a fraction of how much money is being stolen from our country, from stadiums, from parks, from industrial zones. There's nothing going on. All this money is just being stolen and parked somewhere else. Like, I think from a point of civic education, we just need to put figures that has been stolen and try to equate them to real world equivalents, so that some people can understand what you're talking about. Because if you tell someone, or maybe 500 billion, like, they don't understand what 500 billion does. But just half of that 500 billion is like 250 billion, which can serve water from Coast Province and Nairobi. Do it 2 or 3, 4 more times, you can actually convert the entire water from the ocean to provide maji Kenya nzima. But it's because people don't understand, and I don't know how best you can actually do this civic education to tell people, like, what is a trillion, a billion, like, ni pesa mob inaibiwa. But anyway, that's just my submission for now. It's just like an observation based on the numbers. And of course, I'm always tuned in and happy for the platform.
Thank you, Duck. Roast.
Yes. I just have a couple of things to talk about. Everybody's talking about what will happen once we have a new Kenya. For me, I want to talk about what should happen every Tuesdays and Thursday. Because what we've seen in the recent past is during protests, police come out, they kill people, people get demoralized, the numbers of those that come out go down. And I feel like we need to change our strategy. Because right now, as we speak, in this space, we have people who are listening, people who work for the government, who are listening, trying to get ideas or who get to know what our plans are. So here is my suggestion. I think that we need to basically tire the police. We need to have just a number of dedicated people whose job is to make the police absolutely tired. We want them to be blocked. We want them to be responding to what do you call that? Fake things. Let's say you blow up a tire somewhere. They are all running there, but the real protest is happening the other side. And for others, you block their routes, or you punch their car tires so that they are not able to get to where they need to go. Just make their life a lot difficult. If we are able to do that, if we are able to distract the police completely, confuse them, come Wednesday morning, they will be trying to figure out how to counter that. But because they don't know where we're gonna hit next, they will be at a loss. And it won't take less than a week. It will take less than a week, and Ruto will be up in arms saying, something has to happen. So for me, talking about what will happen, um, you know, with our finances, with the taxes we pay, that is, we are thinking too far. We need to make sure our protest is successful, and we need to make sure that we have very minimal casualties, if at all there's any. In fact, my goal is that we don't have any casualties, because we know that, like right now, we say, oh, we want to occupy, downtown or CBD. Obviously, by the time you wake up, they will be right there in CBD, blocking every route. That is, to me, that is the most, let me not use the vocabulary I was going to use, but that is not a very smart move. I think we need to have, uh, you know, people whose jobs is just to like go around making sure that that these policemen, uh, that their life is made absolutely difficult. And when they are responding to one thing on this side, we are doing something else on the other side. And I think that's absolutely the way to go. Anybody that backs me up on that, I'll be very, very grateful. That's all. I hand the mic back.
Thank you, Dark Roast. Abdul Kadar, are you there?
Yes, yes. Good morning, Kenyan.
Mo-
I've been following this conversation, and I think this is my first time I'm talking on this space. I've listened to previous speakers, and my concern is about how the demonstration will be, or our future plan. Number one, and the previous demonstrations, we had several casualties, several lives were lost, properties were destroyed. I'm also worried how the demonstrations are going. Although we need change, we need to, to change something and to create or to bring out a new Kenya. But the way now things are going, I don't mean the real demonstrators or the real, the genuine demonstrators, but I am worried about how other things are going. And recently, the looting in Katengela, the CBD lootings, the distractions, those Kenyans, I'm talking about those Kenyans who have lost their life, those Kenyans who have lost their property, they are also suffering. The government, we are all suffering under the government. So as administrators, and we need also to feel like let's protect our shops, our vehicles, our environment. Let's show the world that we are real protesters going for change. So how can we get a way that we can deal with those who are looting and those who are making other Kenyans suffer? In fact, some percentage of Kenyans are now coming to hate these demonstrations because and properties and we are destroying our country. In one way, we are destroying our country. I don't mean the real demonstrators. I don't mean the genuine people, but I mean a section of people, or let me call them thieves. They are doing their own things. So police now work on an excuse. Like these people are creating this, they're destroying this, they are stealing, they are looting. So how can we deal with the people who are destroying other Kenyans' property? Number one. Number two, and I'm a humanitarian staff, and I've been working in Somalia, and I still work in Somalia. I've seen a country without government. I've seen a population without government. So as far as we need change, as far as we need new Kenya, we must think, and all our in our neighboring countries. Look at Sudan, look at Yemen, Somalia, Libya. If you look at those countries, all of them they have lost their government because of uprisings, because of coup, so many things. Now, given that, and please don't judge me that I'm not supporting the government. I'm worried about Kenya. I want Kenya to change, but I also don't want casualties. I mean, I want a peaceful transition. I want us to deliver what we want in a peaceful way. If the police are blocking ways, and if the police are making excuses that we are now looting or we are now doing this, they have a good reason now, to kill many people, to destroy many things, and this will going to end in a bad place. Let's say Ruto leaves office, but he leaves office when we have destroyed the country. Where shall we start from? Do you know Somalia is struggling for the last 35 years to come back to where it was in 1989? Yeah. So for me, I would suggest we have we have so many, already the president has shown so many positive steps.
Like what?
He's now
What does he?
listening to us.
Tell me one positive step you're showing.
Let, let,
Niambia
let,
Bwana,
let,
kata
let
huyu
me let me
jamaa
tell you.
hapa aache
niambia moja,
kutupigia
nipe
hapa
moja.
story yenye
No,
hakuna
wait.
hajaba
No,
hii.
no, no. Thing is,
Ah,
we have to
Look,
listen to opinions
see,
from everyone.
yeah,
But
it is
I'm
my
trying to
Abdul,
opinion,
understand,
please.
wait,
but
just a
You know,
minute.
guys,
hurting
Let me,
Abdul,
let me.
we
Yeah,
cannot
yeah.
It's
just
very
sit.
difficult.
We cannot just
No,
sit down.
I'm not supporting the government.
I'm sorry, I muted you. We have to listen to him. We have to educate
Why
people
are we
like
listening
him.
to
So
bad
please,
opinions?
no, Afro. Watu kama hawa, we have to educate them. So Abdul, who exactly is destroying our country?
educate who? Abdul is just a
Abdul,
rat.
who exactly is destroying our country? Who exactly is shooting innocent protesters? Ni mara ngapi we've gone to the
He
streets with
cannot answer.
flags and
He cannot
water,
answer.
just sitting there. Unajua those abrupt mandamanos, have there been distractions? Like, kuna goons infiltrating us, and we're not going to use that to discredit the whole movement. So Abdul, just because there are a few people, kuna bad eggs in the in the struggle, doesn't mean that the whole movement is bad. Tafadhali, no one wants to destroy our country. Hakuna mtu anataka go out there and destroy our motherland. Like, are you serious? All we are asking for is accountability, Abdul, and accountability doesn't necessarily equate to us destroying the country. I hope you get that. Anyway, Abdul, carry on.
And you remember when the governor of Kakamega hired goons to beat processors and to to destroy public property? The protesters themselves put themselves in harm's way and disarmed those goons. So, we love Kenya more than these politicians. So, Muhammad, before you compare us to Somalia, South Sudan, Iraq, Libya, and all those failed states, please, we want to be compared with Singapore. We want to be compared with South Korea. We want to be compared with Finland. All these economies that are doing well because of high infrastructure, good governance. That is where we are going. That is what we want. So stop being so pessimistic and looking at the most worst case scenario. By the Kenya, we're just saying, Ruto, by the Kenya si mtu moja. Ruto atoke, Zakayo anguke, we put good leaders and we move forward. No one here wants anarchy. No one here wants lawlessness. We don't want to thrive under lawlessness. We don't want to operate business under law. We want our systems that work the way they're supposed to be. We want our taxes to be used the way they're supposed to be used, not to be traveled, not to be wired offshore, and they are buying penthouses and real estate in Dubai. No, manze,
This
we have to
guy,
say no, and nothing good came to people who just sat down na kukaliwa. Wewe unatuzia uoga, number one. Number two, unatuzia complacency. And number three, you are selling us a prisoner's mentality. Tukaliwe, tufinywe, mpaka ile siku Mungu akuje tuokoa. No, we are taking action now. Nani today. Na by the generation ingine, vile tumekwambia. We sisi mababu zetu na mababu zetu ati hatungoji.
this guy,
So that's where we are
this
mentally.
guy, Afro, this guy
Yeah,
is
go ahead.
comparing us with Somalia. Na Somalia ndiye anasema anafanya huko kazi. Sasa huyu mtu ni mtu aina gani huyu? Cha amesema ako currently Somalia. What is he doing there? Aache kutubeba hapa ufala, aache kutuzia uoga bwana.
Somalia ni ile country inakuanga na civil wars 24/7 ama ni gani hiyo?
Ndio hiyo na
Abdul,
anasema anafanya huko
Somalia is a
kama alafu
very,
anatuambia hapa nini hapa.
it's an interesting case study because them they have many clans. It is very difficult to
Can I
understand.
just speak? Can I just speak? I'm from Somaliland. I'm
Yeah,
not
go
from
ahead.
Somalia. I just want to say to Abdul, the problem with Kenya is there's an undetected, unchecked immigration from Somalia. You have got a refugee camp which is called Dadaab, where Farah Maalin is every day elected for over 30 years. And then you got unchecked immigration that bring in all sorts of problems from Somalia, and they are infiltrating the system of Kenya. They are corrupting the system of Kenya. Now Nairobi become the hub of one of the most Islamist groups from Somalia. All the Al-Shabaab money is in Kenya. This is the problem the Kenyans are having. You have got economy which is run by extremist groups of Islamists called Al-Ittisam, and that's corrupting your system of Kenyan government. They are bribing your leaders. They are bribing the politicians. They are actually, I would say, they are in control of Ruto government. And the sooner the Kenyan people understand this, the better. You know the problem. Look, he bring back in Aden to Ali, the defense minister. Why did he bring back? He just sacked yesterday, and today he bring back. Why? Because the Islamist group which he belong, they bankrolling in the president, which is in William Ruto. They are bankrolling them. The problem is all the money they are stealing from Somalia, from everywhere, even from United States. They are bringing to Kenyan economy. The problem is the money. The Kenyan people, they will not see this money. This money is just circulating among them in Isli, where they make their global and illegal money laundering system, which is actually the real in everyday Kenyan people. They will never see this money. This money is just circulating among them. So these people, they want to exactly destroy Kenya the way they destroy Somalia. That's Abdul. The problem with Abdul is, look, he's working in Somalia, he's in Kenya, so there is no border, there is no regulation. What they want, they do not want to pay taxes to the Kenyan government. They do not want to follow proper administration or procedures. They are corrupting the system. So the problem you are having in Kenya is because you've been infiltrated by this extreme Islamist group, which is called Al-Itisam, Al-Islah. They come from off the border. Look, you have got undetected, unchecked immigration coming to your country from all of East Africa, from Ethiopia. Oh, one
And
second. From Ethiopia, Somalia, they come in every single day. They are getting in Kenyan passport, they are settling the country. Look, how can you actually have borderless society? You have to have border and you have to have regulation. So these people, what I call Al-I'tisam extremist group, which is part of Al-Shabaab, they want to make Kenya and Tanzania and Uganda similar exactly what we are suffering in Somaliland, in Somalia. They want to control the economy and they want to control your politicians, your leaders. So this is the real problem. This is the problem at the heart of your problem in Kenya is you have been infiltrated. They corrupting the system. They are extremely anti proper administration. They do
and
not want transparency. They do not want accountability. There is no one single company that belongs to them that can give you financial statement annually. For example, one of the biggest companies in Somalia is called Hormuz. They will never tell you how much they lost, how much they gain, and there is no financial transparency, there is no accountability. All the illicit, illegal money they are actually transferring all over the world. They are destroying the Kenyan economy. And I think the sooner William Ruto and the people who have been infected by this disease called Al-Itisam Islamist, the better. I think you need to get rid of them, clean the system, protect your country, protect your borders. Then Kenya will become better and better and much better. But Abdul and the people he actually representing, they want a country.
let me tell
No,
you,
they want a
Abdul,
country
my
without
friend,
border. They want look how many people.
my friend, I'm a
Look.
Kenyan.
You have
But
got
if you're
no. One
from
second. One
Somaliland
second.
and you
One
have
second.
a
One
difference
second.
with
One
Somalia,
second. One
do
second.
not bring
No,
external
one
issues
second. I know
into this.
Abdul. Where you
This
coming
is
from?
Kenya's
Abdul,
internal
Now let
Abdul,
me
issue.
finish.
Abdul, wait,
Let me
let him
finish.
finish,
Abdul,
and
Let me
chill.
then
finish.
Abdul, let him
you
Let,
have
land and then you
let
can
me finish.
rebuttal.
Let me
you
finish,
have
please.
Abdul
Look,
will give you right of reply. We'll give you right of reply.
look,
Let him
look,
finish.
look. You have got a refugee camp which is called Dadaab. Look, why Dadaab is open for 30 years? The dam never finishes. You bring in every single new refugee from the heart of Ethiopia, Somalia, from the south, deep south of Somalia, unended refugee. Why don't you bloody close this camp? Because this camp is the center of the destruction of the Kenyan society. They are destroying the fabric of the good Kenyan people administration. So we don't want you suffer exactly the way the Somalis suffer, and this is what they want. They don't want accountability. They don't want transparency. They don't want proper economy. Everything they do is under You say, I would say, deep state. They want to create deep state within your society. They want to elect without you, the Kenyans, are knowing about these people. So I think the reason people are upset in Kenya, I can understand. I'm from Somaliland. We want to be separate from Somalia because we don't want the corruption, the Islamists, the extremists, the Al Shabaab, all the things that they are actually in, they want to run the entire society in an extreme way, which is very bad for society, very bad for economy, any economy. I think that the sooner the people of Kenya get rid of these people, look, this guy, what's his name? Farah Ma'alin. How long he been in parliament? Over 30 years. He never retired. He is bankrolled by Al-Ihtisam, the extremist group. He's bringing the illegal money, the money laundering to this region, this place called Isli. I think you should occupy Isli. You need to clean that place called Isli. You need to close that camp in the top. And I think the sooner you do that, the better. And I think the Kenyan people need to know more. I think I understand Kenyan people are frustrated, but if they know what we know, I think the Kenyans will never sleep a single day unless they get rid of these people. And I think you should get rid of them. And Abdi Ta'al, what is his name? The defense minister, he just bring back. He's one of the top leaders of Al-Ihtisab, the extremist group. They are giving the uniform of Al-Ihtisab, your leaders. Look, William Ruto, he wears every single day the Arabic and kind of kameez or whatever clothes they wear. That's what they want to. These people destroy Somalia, and they want to destroy Kenya. They want to destroy Tanzania. They want to destroy Ethiopia. They want to create what you call Islamist Khalifa state, which is used to be like the Ottoman. So they have got this dream to create the entire East African country as an Islamist extremist entity. That's what they want. Look, Farah Ma'alin, if you look his tweet, that in Farah Ma'alin, look his tweet. He's anti-Israeli, he's anti-Jewish. In Kenya, what he's saying about the Jewish people and what he say about the Israelis, just read his tweets. Go back to read his
Yes,
tweets.
that
He's
that is his
no, no,
opinion.
no. It's
Can
not.
you can
It's
you
not
just
about.
give
No, no. It's
us?
not about opinion.
It,
It's
it
hate.
is his
No, no,
opinion. It's
no,
your
no.
opinion. Can you
One second.
can you
Let
just
me finish. Let me
you're
finish.
bringing external
No, let
issues
me
here.
finish.
Kenya has its
No,
own
let me
internal
finish.
issue.
Let me finish.
We
No,
we
let me finish.
we are
Okay,
One
we'll
sorry.
do
second.
this. Excuse
No,
me. Sorry to interrupt.
no. Sorry. I just want.
Geopolitics. We can
I
give you
just want.
time
No.
to wrap it up so that we can
No,
give
no,
Abdul
yeah,
time
yeah,
to
yeah, he can.
rebuttal.
Look, what I'm saying, and Farah Ma'alin, the parliamentarian, Somali parliamentarian from the DAP, just check his tweets. He's hateful. He hates the Jewish people. He hates the Israelis, what he wrote. He's a hateful man. He's an extremist. So you need to get rid of these people. The sooner you do, the better. Thank you.
So Abdul, go ahead.
Okay, I can understand the frustrations of my friend. He's bringing here the Somaliland issue. This is Kenya's internal issue. Number one. Number two, if Farah Maalim is against Israel, are you supporting Israel, who are killing children and mothers? Let me leave out that one. Number one. So the second issue is Somalis. He thinks the DAP is all refugee. He thinks Northeastern is refugee. We are living in Kenya, and Kenya's geographical landmass. We belong to Kenya. We are from northern Kenya, and this guy doesn't know that Somalis are living in Kenya. He thinks we are all refugees. I am working in Somalia, but I'm not from Somalia. I'm from Northeastern, and in Northeastern we don't have even a basic infrastructure. We don't have tarmac since 1960. We don't have one university. There's only one campus in Garissa. We don't have anything. All our resources have been looted. We need change. But people have mistaken my statement. What I mean is that I only care for Kenya. What I mean is that we want a new Kenya, but we don't want to destroy our Kenya. And what I'm telling you is that,
Munipe mic bwana
listen,
niongee na huyu
listen,
jamaa kidogo. I think
Guys,
ngoja my friend,
I think nimeelewa
Kenya
it's,
si
Ngoja
yako.
I'm sorry I muted all of you.
malize.
It's only fair that we gave him, like, he waited the entire moment when Geopolitics was speaking. So it's only fair that he rebuttals. So let's just give him time to rebuttal, and then you can come in and give your opinion if if that's okay with you guys.
Guys, don't interrupt anyone speaking, please. Msingililie mtu akiongea. Wacha aongee hadi amalize ndio ukuje. We are civil here. The people who heckle are in parliament.
Lakini
Let's be
akiongea
civil.
vibaya ayo akiongea lakini we continue.
But
Wacha
Afro, that's
nikwambie
the
mwenye
whole
anasema
discussion. Everyone gets to
ngoja
peana their opinion.
mwenye anasema mimi naongea vibaya anataka aje abadilishe Kenya if he cannot have patience of listening to me. How can you have a patience of
But we
correcting
are
a whole
tired
country
of
if you
being
cannot listen
patient,
to me?
Abdul.
I
We have
am
been patient
ngoja,
with our leaders.
listen to me. Wacha nikwambie pale mimi nimetoka hakuna umeme, hakuna barabara, hakuna university. Now we are killed by police every day. And in Mandera, there is no even single police vehicle with a registration. All police vehicles have no registration. We don't have any right. We are not connected to the grid. We have all problems. But what I mean is that I want to be very peaceful because I care for Kenya. I don't want to lose my Kenya. And tomorrow, I don't want to have the status called refugee. You know what I'm telling you is that let's not burn our house, but let's do the right thing. So the issue of people infiltrating the demonstrations, please discuss about that. Make sure that no one loots in the name of demonstration. I'm done with that. And the issue of my brother who was talking about Somali issue, can he give us peace of mind? This is Kenya. We are talking about Kenya, Somalia, and Somaliland's issue of sovereignty. Let them fight outside. Farham Alim is a Kenyan. He is representing Kenyans from northern Kenya. If he attacks or have different opinion with Israel are genocide. They are killing mothers and children. Whoever supports Israel is a devil. And for you information, you cannot tell us that anyone who is supporting Israel, we don't entertain Israel or we don't entertain external issues here. So Somaliland and Somalia, you have your own issues there. As I'm speaking to you, by tribe or by community, my community lives in Somaliland, but I'm a Kenyan. But I don't know about Somaliland. I don't know about Somalia. I'm only talking about the internal issue of Somalia. This guy is in this forum to create hatred between Kenyans. He's telling you, occupy Isli. Isli is owned by Kenyans. It's not owned by Al-Shabaab. You see, we have a very big border. But when I'm traveling from Mandera or I'm traveling from Wajir or Garissa, I'm ransacked by police. I must have ID. I must have birth certificate. Even if my 1-year child doesn't have a birth certificate, the mother should show up and I cannot just fly from Wajir and come to Nairobi. We have problem. When I'm traveling from Lukchokio, which is a border, when I'm traveling from Namanga, which is a border, no one.
attention yetu bwana. Jamaa amekuja kutupea story
Ngoja
ya North
sikia
Eastern, sisi
kwanza.
tunafikiria maneno ya nchi.
I'm just telling
Hii
you,
distraction
this guy,
ndio
whatever he was
mnakuwa mna
telling you is
entertain
not
na
right.
most of the time tunarudingi kwa kuna lose focus. Wacha niongee saa hii sasa. Na
Wacha nimalize sasa.
Usimute mic tafadhali.
Ngoja
Wacha
Daniel,
tuongee.
wacha
Sasa
malize, wacha malize 1 minute.
Wacha nimalize.
1 minute.
Wa Kenya,
1 minute.
hii jamaa, whatever he was talking
Abdul, 1
about
minute.
is not our problem, please. Let's talk about our problem. Our problem is how we can change our country. The issue of this guy telling us about Al-Shabaab, Occupy Israel, those things are nonsense to us. Somaliland is not our business. Bye.
Okay.
Okay, I
Wacha
think we
The
can
niongee.
have
reason, the
Daniel.
reason, the reason I
Hey,
mentioned about he is the
so,
one who brings Somalis to the table. You know, he was the one
Joe,
who bring them.
okay, so
Joe, mute your mic, mute
just
your
a
mic. I
minute,
want to talk.
Gio, because you had an opportunity to speak. Let's make the space more interactive. We'll have Daniel, Gitch, and then Geopolitics. If you're ready to go in again, we can have you.
First, good morning guys. Unajua mimi ninaongelea in the point of a person who is bitter today. Usiku wa kuamkia jana nilipata simu kwamba duka langu limevunjwa, which is very very sad. Na hii point ni kwamba most of us tumekuwa tukikataa uongozi mbaya. Sasa nikisikia mtu anaokaa hapa anaongea about infiltration, hiyo kitu inaniudi sana, inaniuma sana kwa roho. Usiku wa manane nani alikuwa ameenda kuharibu biashara ya mtu? Unavunja biashara ya mtu usiku wa manane kwa sababu siasa hamuendani. Mimi duka langu liko surrounded na about 3 people from Somali.
wao pia wana biashara kama mimi, wanauza the same commodities, lakini inakuja situation ambapo duka langu linasafa peke yake, navunjwa na naporwa kila kitu. Alafu mtu anakuja kwa space, mnampea muda yote, anaanza kutuambia kama venye maandamano ikiendelea, peaceful protest ikiendelea, biashara za watu zinaharibiwa. Usiku wa manane nani alikuwa anafanya maandamano? Maandamano yetu najua kikatiba tunaruhusiwa kuanza asubuhi na kumaliza saa 12:30 jioni. Na hii tu sana kasumba hii imekuwa ikitumiwa na wanasiasa. Ati ukiwa against them, ukipreach against them, wanatafuta njia ya kuharibu biashara yako, kama si kuharibu biashara yako, kuthreaten familia yako, kama si kuthreaten familia yako, ni wengine wanaua. Sasa tutaendelea kulia mpaka lini? Afro, if you remember yesterday I DM you about hiyo incident yangu. Ukiangalia kwa DM yako utapata. Sasa wewe sikiza sasa, kama mambo kama haya tutafanyaje? Tuta entertain kama watu kama Abdul? These people like Abdul are the problem of this country. Kasumba yenu ni ile ya ujinga sana, kasumba ya ujinga sana. Kama tumeingiza, mimi naona hapa the most point yenye iko, wewe unalala na hii serikali, unakula na hii serikali, hii ndio inakusomesha. Mimi nikikumbuka like 4 years ago nilikuwa Nairobi. I was living in Roysambu. Unajua wengi wanajua Roysambu. Nilikuwa nafanya kazi kidogo, nikapoteza kazi, nika-apply kwa serikali. Nili-apply nikikaa 1 year 6 months na 3 days bila job. Na nimetuma documents zangu kwa ofisi zote. Sikupata hata missed call ili nipige niuliza about interview. Nikarudi sasa nikasema, ni Nairobi ni kama destiny yangu haiko hapa, nikarelocate kwenda Mombasa. Mombasa biashara yenye nimefungua kwa sababu ati sasa tumesimama tumesema enough is enough ya wanasiasa kututumia na kuharibu na kufanya sisi tubaki nyuma, biashara zetu zinaingiliwa kuharibiwa. Upate mtu ameweka biashara yake, uko na watu wadogo wako watatu, siblings watatu wanategemea biashara, na umaajiri watu wawili, side are unemployed. Kuanzia jana watu nilibidi niwasimamishe, na nawasimamisha na sijawalipa miezi 2. Na watu wenye nimesimamisha wako na familia zao. Wewe niambie, halafu tunaongelea about leadership. Ati bado kuna mtu ako kwa special anaanza kudefend Ruto na serikali na cronies wake. Unajua niko disappointed sana, kama wengi wenye tumekuwa tukiongea hapa na Afro, mmekuwa mkiona nikiwa vocal sana kuhusu hii mambo, na hata sisi tunaenda kila siku. Lakini hiyo si sauti, si kusema tutakata sauti. Sisi wengi wetu tumejitolea hii revolution. Tumejitolea na tutaandamana mpaka siku ya mwisho. Kama hata mimi nimekuwa nafunga biashara, niko na vijana nawaambia muende bwana, muende, kama muende maandamano, muende nyumbani. Lakini najua chenye sababu yenye naandamana. Nataka leadership mzuri, nataka biashara, kwa sababu nimekuwa ukinunua hii mtungi ya Uto hii bei, mwezi jao unapata unanunua nyingine, na unapata customer wako pia kama umewazoesha bei mzuri, siku nyingine ukibadilisha unaanza kupoteza customer, na ukipoteza customer, kazi siku hizi hakuna, pesa haiko kwa watu, utalaumu nani? Hii ndio kitu yenye tumekuwa tukipigania kila siku kwa street. Sasa niambie, ukiendelea na hii leadership kama hii, ati ukiongea ukisimama kusema ukweli na biashara yake inaharibiwa, tuseme tu hii kitu inatendeka kwa mwaka mmoja kwa kila mtu mwenye akagene serikali. Hii ushuru yenye wanataka wanapandisha kila siku, watapataje? Na wengi wetu tunalipa ushuru zaidi ya hiyo. Unajua mimi niko disappointed sana nikisikia mtu tu ati anakuja anatuambia hapa about serikali imejaribu, imefanya nini? Wewe nipe mfano kwanza, nipe huyu Abdul kwa mic tafadhali. Namruhusu achukue mic.
Yes.
Nataka kuuliza.
But Daniel, let me tell you something. Kuna very many people out there wako na the same mentality na Abdul. And we cannot just sweep it under the carpet. Sometimes we have to address some issues. Like right now, okay, personally, my opinion is, unajua sometimes when we are fighting, the enemy right now is Ruto, but tuna project some hate towards some ethnic communities. Right now, our focus mainly ni Ruto must go. Let's not lose focus, my people. And for that, Kich Mjamo, please go ahead.
Okay,
Gitch
sasa
Mjamo, is your mic hot?
okay, wacha nimalizie statement basi. Kama umesema tusimpe mic ashaongea. Mimi chenye nitawaomba, kama unajua una fight hii cause yenye sisi wote tuna fight about good leadership, mambo ya ukabila tunataka tuache, kwa sababu nikiona hata shida kubwa yenye imetokea hapa ni among two tribe kidogo zenye zimepiganishwa kuinterfere na biashara zetu, lakini hiyo nimesha ripoti. But I know most of them wametumiwa na wanasiasa na wanatumia hiyo chance hata huenda haki nisipate, kwa sababu these things wengi wao nasikia hata watafutia mahali pa kutorokea wenye waliitafia na hiyo. So mimi nataka niambie kama mtu mwenye analia haki, tuendelee kupigania hii cause. Wewe unaona jana hata appointment yenye inafanywa na watu wenye mtu unapata lazima awe na scandal, awe na kesi. Unapata mtu lazima amekuwa kumesafu kwa serikali na amekuwa na scandal kubwa, scandal ya mamilioni. Lakini sisi watu wenye tunalilia tu hata capital ketu kenye kanafika 800k, unapata sisi ndio tunaumia. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu wengi tunaonanga kitu tunasema okay, wacha nisipigane, wengi tu wanapigananga wanaacha. Sasa tunabaki tukilia, lakini hatuwezi, kilio chetu hakiwezi kufika popote, kwa sababu tunapata na distraction kidogo tu kwa njia. Tukianza kuongelea, wengine anasema msioccupy hapa, msienda hapa, kwa sababu anajua chenye atakula. Most of them hii mazungumzo ikiisha, most of them are connected na politicians hao wenye mnaongea. Message tu peke yake, biashara yake inanawiri, na wewe mwenye wewe pia unadanganywa. Hata politician akipata tu hata message yako hata angalia, hata PA wake yakiona this thing hata si vitu ya kuangalia. So tusimame kwa cause ni kwamba lazima Ruto atoe tu PS wote, CS wenye ana appoint hao wakina tu hao, nasikia ana appoint, most of them are pregnant na waliingia bila pregnant, walikuwa wamedivorce mabwana zao. Nasikia mwingine alikuwa na kesi ya kurape mtoto huko Kisii, mtoto wake, but they are being appointed wengi. Halafu wengine tumeona wakiua watu hii maandamano, but they are still getting that chance, which means a lot of them are coming back. Mimi nasema tuwe vigilant. Sitaongea sana, lakini niko disappointed sana na watu wenye wanabaki serikali. Kwanza nikikumbuka saa hii sina riziki, hii kitu inaniuma sana. Approach kwa mic, pea mtu mwingine basi.
Enough, I think it's me, eh?
Yes, go ahead.
First of all, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Flo, Ayo, and Pineapple for hosting us on this space. Me, by the way, mimi nimejam sana na nimekasirika sana mpaka natetemeka. I thank God, Abdul, you are here, haujatoka, so that I can answer your questions. And I'm very clear. And I want to say this for the record. If to say Ruto must go is the one that will drive this country into Somalia way, so be it. And I want to repeat this. If to say Ruto must go is the reason that will drive this country into Somalia way, so be it. And let me ask you, Abdul, na unijibu kwa roho yako. Between all these Gen Z that are being killed, slaughtered like cows, like sheep every day, na Ruto mwenye mmoja anaambiwa atoke, ni nani anadrive nchi ina Somalia way? Kindly, we respect you guys, wanabiashara sana, lakini let me say this for again those businessmen and women, because I can see just when you are here and you have been talking this story about business being destroyed by demonstrators. Let me ask you, wakati watu wote wanajitolea wanaingia kwa street kudemonstrate, wewe kama mwanabiashara unafungua biashara yako ukifanya nini? Yani unamaanisha sisi tukufe juu yako? Hiyo ni kitu iwezekani. Wewe ukifungua biashara yako wakati kuna maandamano, wewe mwenyewe ndio umefanya biashara yako ilutiwe, because sisi wote tujazaliwa na mama mmoja. Kuna mwingine ataona simu yako akurudishie, kuna mwingine ananyemelea iko kwa mfuko anapita nayo. So wakati unasikia kuna maandamano for the benefits of this country, can you close down that business, join those demos mpaka tubadilishe hii nchi? Mimi sitaki niende sana. Mimi sijaivotia Ruto by the way, na sitawahi, na sijai muentertain, naendaga na yeye head on. And for the record, Abdul, me I work with a member of parliament. Na as we speak, mimi nasema bunge idisolviwe, turudi kwa ballot. Na siko sure atarudi, naweza poteza kazi, but if kupoteza kazi kwangu ndio itafanya hii nchi iwe nchi mzuri, so be it. Mimi nasema hivi, before we go far, nimeona mnachengwa sana na maneno ya hizo ni gadgets zenyu. These guys from NIS wana disrupt those gadgets. They are here listening and we don't care, but I can advise you guys, na mnisikize kwa haraka sana. If unasikia gadget ni simu yako iko na issues wakati unaingia kwa net nini, and Afro, I think this for you because you are the host. Ukianguka sisi wote tunaanguka. You can dial this *21#. Ina erase hizo nini zote zenye zinajaribu kutrackiwa. And I repeat, *21#. Number 2, for the security of those people who are being targeted by these NIS guys and police guys. Wakati maybe unataka kutoka kwako, wakati unaenda kwa maandamano, ama maybe when you feel you're not safe, you can just leave your place mahali waga unaongea, enda hata kama ni 1 kilometer, then you can dial this number. And I'm speaking this and I'm advising this to Kenyans when you're on a number ya Safaricom. You can dial *21*, then 0722199199#. Ukidial hiyo, wakati umeforward hizo call zako, mwenye atakuloketa itakuwa inaonyeshana the last call yenye ulimake ukiwa kwa nyumba, ama itakuwa inaonyesha the last call yenye ulifanya ikiwa Kisumu. Kuenrest that one, you can dial *21#. Maybe kama kuna mtu yote ajaelewa about the same, follow me, you can DM me, then nitakuwa advise about the same. Kama wako hapo wanasikia hata hao wanajua wajui, you can just tune me, ni wakuje pia hao ni advise our police. And again, can we stop saying that our askari wako na Ruto? Can we stop saying that these forces guys, they are supporting this government? Let me ask you, mimi niko na brother, niko na sister ambayo wako kwa forces. I'm not supporting this government. Do you think my sister, my brother are supporting that government? By the way, for your information, guys, 90% of police forces, they are not supporting this government. It's only that wewe unaimagine tu ati watu wachache, few characters wenye ni wajinga na wamerogwa na hawana akili timamu. Those are the people shooting innocent rioters huko nje. But ingekuwa by the way police they are against us, siku yenye tuliingia kwa bunge kungekufa watu more than 1000. But polisi wengi wamechoka na hii serikali. Kama juzi polisi wamepelekwa polisi wamepelekwa Haiti, they were promised to be given 100k. Walitoka hapa na kila mtu 20,000 only. Waliuliza mpaka Ruto mwenyewe akamwambia what is happening, akamwambia kwanza mfike na shughulikia, hakuna pesa kwa nchi. Nonsense. Hakuna pesa kwa nchi, na juzi tumepoteza 15 billion kwa hiyo pay bill ya serikali. Ilienda wapi na iliingia? Again, for story to do in maandamano. Kuna mzee hapo aliongea hapo nyuma kidogo anaitwa Risasi. Na and Afro, I think even you uliconcana idea yake. Issue to do with locking all entrance to CBD. That's a good procedure. If we go that way, tunaweza paralyze hii serikali ile haijawahi ona. Number 2, I can add the same story na UN na US embassy. Well, if we can now today tutoke hapa for watu 500 twende kwa hiyo street hapo kwa UN na UN na US embassy to demonstrate hapo, I tell you for free, hawa askari hawezi kupiga risasi. The only thing wakanaweza tupiga for to disrupt hata ama kutufukuza ni tear gas. Wacha tupigwe tear gas hapo kwa UN na US embassy 2 or 3 days, uone wazungu wote wakianza kuvacate kuenda, uone Ruto atashuka. Wazee, mimi nimekasirika, niko na pointi nyingi sana lakini zote zimeevaporate. Anyway, let me give time to other people to speak. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. That one is coming straight from the heart. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Please do not forget to tweet. Ruto must go this morning. So, guys, if you're on the speaker panel and you've had a chance to interact with us, if you've had a chance to speak, I'd kindly request you to drop. If you have anything else to say, please raise your hand so that we can have more speakers, more interactions. Anyway, guys, if you're not mad this morning, I wonder where you're living. I don't think it's Kenya because our leaders, They're taking our lands, giving us bad seeds, giving us bad fertilizers. I promise you, in the next 1 year, we will be taking loans, Ama, we will be receiving seeds, Uko, asking for funding because we did not farm this season. Anyway, guys, Morio, I think you're up next, and then we can have Solomon. We can have Solomon. Thank you.
Okay, good morning guys. Mimi niko tu na kitu tu rahisi nataka kuambia. We need to come up with a strategy yenye hawa wase watasikia. Now there is a guy who said earlier that we need to make this government tired, very tired. We need to tire the police. Na hiyo lazima to come up na strategy ingine mpya. Because you know hawa wase wanataka tutokee streets, they shoot us, they always do that. Hiyo ni kitu ilikuwa inafanywa time ya Moi, kitu ilikuwa inafanywa time, yani hiyo we know it will never work because these guys will keep killing us, wanatuzia uoga. If we come up with a way kama ya kufunga all major roads, yani we cripple the economy, yani we cripple these guys hadi lazima watusikize sasa. Because every single day we are going out to the streets, lazima mtu uliwe, lazima they shoot other people, na hiyo kitu si fiti. Hata nyinyi mnaona hiyo kitu si freshi. Lazima wase wa loot biashara, and they are doing this themselves. Hawa ni politicians because they are fucked up. Hawa say ni wase illiterate, hata si illiterate, hawa say hata sijui ni nini. We should come up with a way yenye we are not risking our lives and we are hurting them the most. We should make business unbearable. Yani hakuna kazi inafanyika any town, tumefunga barabara, tumefanya nini, lakini kutokea streets kudemonstrate hiyo kitu tunaona haiwork because how many days have people been to the streets? Na unaona the fucking same CSs wamerudishwa pale. Now tumerudi back to step 1 because these guys knows mtatokea streets. Afu kwanza nilikuwa nataka kuwa show if you are serious na hii kitu, na I made a video earlier na nikasema kama mnataka revolution hainanga off day. Revolution haina unakuja leo unakuja next week, because this guy wananunuanga tu time. Walikuwa wanajua obviously mtatokea Tuesday, so tutatangaza hizi vitu leo, wakuje Tuesday wapige kelele, then watulie tena siku 3, watakuja tena maybe Thursday, watakuja tena next week but 1. Kama mnataka, if we want to become very serious na hiki kitu, ni venye mse alisema, we have to make the police tired, we have to make everyone tired. We have to come up with a way of making kila mtu akuwe safe, and we are in the same time we are making the government tired. Because hata tukikuja hapa, tutakuja hapa every single day na kujanga nasikiza hizi space. Na kwa space mingi, naongea kwa space mingi. Sasa hii si time ya kuja kuongea, mnajua Ruto sijui anafanya nini. Sasa hii tunajua everything they are doing. Now it's time for action. It's not time for politics. It's not time for speaking here kusema sijui Somaliland ilifanya nini, sijui Joho amefanya nini, sijui Marcomen amefanya nini. Hizo story tushaongea for the past 3 weeks, for the past 1 month. Hizo story imeisha. This is now time for action. Hapa sasa tunafaa kuwa tunaongea strategies. Si story ya kuja kusema sijui Ruto aliappoint nani, sijui alifanya nini. Ruto must go. Hiyo ndio kitu sisi tunafaa tukiongea hapa. Hapa tunafaa kuwa tukikuja kuongea strategies. Hatufai kuwa tunakuja kuongea story nyingine. Na mimi ndo maana nimekaa hapa kutoa idea. If you are going to make this thing work, lazima to come up na strategy mpya. Lazima to come up na strategy ya kudisrupt everything that is happening in the government. Because mimi sitaki wasouliwe tena. Hiyo kitu ni sitaki business zilutiwe. So what do? We make biashara zisifanyike basi. Kama mse hata tusikiza revolution Kenya, nataka kuambia revolution hainanga off days ati unakuja leo utakuja next month kufanya demonstration. Na ndio maana hawa say because we are repeating the same mistake. Every country inafanyanga hii the same thing yenye inarudi every time it fails. Kama haita fail, the country is led to anarchy, and these people they don't, hawa say unajua hawana akili mzuri. They want the country to head the anarchy way because they want to loot as much as possible. We should not let them loot again and again and again. Hawa say wanataka tushinde kwa streets, tunarudia the same thing every single day. We should come up with strategies. Tuache kupiga story hapa. Hapa tunafaa kuwa tukiongea sasa action. Si story na strategy, si story na story hapa sijui nani alifanya nini, sijui wapi nani alifanya nini. Already the country is fucking fucked up. Mimi sina mambo mingi. Mimi naomba tu walai tutafuteni tu strategies mpya. Kama ni kufunga barabara zote, tunaamka tunafunga Mombasa Road. Hakuna biashara inaendelea huko. Watu wengine wako huko Mai Mahiu wamefunga huko barabara. Watu wengine wako Kiambu Road wamefunga huko barabara. Hivyo. Yaani hakuna kitu inaendelea. Hadi umsee asikize. Kama ni kutembea uchi, tutatembea uchi. Tutembea uchi huku hadi international watu washangae hao watu wamefia tu ama ni nini. Umsee atatusikiza. Lakini tukiendelea tu hapa strategies ati wasee tunapea gava hadi options. Tutatokea Tuesday. Mnaambia gava mtatokea Tuesday kwa nini? Mbona watu wasitokee saa hii? Mkiambia gava itatokea Tuesday, mnasema tunataka kwenda Tuesday Uhuru Park. Obvious, hao say they are not following the constitution. They are not following the rule of law. Mkiambia gava tutakuja Uhuru Park Tuesday, wanafanya nini? Wanafunga Uhuru Park. Wednesday tutaenda sijui wapi, wamewangoja huko. We are supposed to every single day, hawajui ni wapi, lazima mahali barabara imefungwa, kitu imefanyika, lakini tuache kuharibu the country. By the way, hawa wanaongea story ya anarchy, hiyo kitu si poa. But at the same time, this government lazima iende home. But hawa wanataka we lead the country to anarchy, and we are not going to hatutaangukia mtego yao. So wasema mzee, to come up with a new strategy. The other one is not working. Ama CS wanatolewa wanarudishwa. Now let's make the country unbearable to transact business. Niliona umsee spokesman akuja kusema ati the government lost 6 billion in revenue. How can you lose money you didn't have? Ati sasa kulikuwa na maandamano, biashara iko inaendelea. The money already haukuwa nayo, unapangia aje pesa hukuwa nayo? Nimeacha story. Mimi nilikuwa nataka kusema tu hiyo.
Pineapple.
Morio.
Okay, before Morio aende, do you
No,
know
he's the
it's
one
also
he's the one who was just talking. I'm telling him your strategy ku occupy streets inatoka leo asubuhi. Watch for it. Ayo.
okay. So what I wanted to say is that we also need to understand that Ruto is playing a game with us na hiyo story ya IBC. Na najua he's already strategizing about the next elections. Na we need to buy him from getting into that your point ya kuget hata kwa hiyo ballot. Juu is already niko sure kwa karibu kwanza kureconstitute IBC hapa na ataeka watu wake wenye wanaenda kuprotect vote yake. Na niko sure anaenda hata kuprotect watu wasichukue kura. By the way, I'm very sure kuna watu wanafaa kuchukua, and that's why unaona hizi stories za ma IDs na delay. Tangu lini Kenya tushai delay wa kupata IDs? Hata passport by the way inakuanga rare sana. ID, national ID yenye mtu pata after sijui ni how many weeks. This time round hatuna IDs. Watu kienda ukipoteza ID it's a wrap for you. Hadi ID kitu yenye whatever your country is supposed to be giving you, you're paying for it. Thao moja. And you're just there seated laughing with Ruto and trying to tell Ruto kuambiana hapa ati tumpatie time. Hakuna time tunapatia Uchali tunamtoa kwa hiyo kiti, na kishatoka kwa hiyo kiti tukisha get back to normalcy tunaanza kumfuata, anarudisha all the public land, all the public whatever wealth yenye ashai iba lazima arudishe, and we are not relenting by the way. Na atufai kwenda kwa negotiation table na Uchali. He doesn't deserve it. Nobody in Ruto's government deserves to be on the negotiating table. He doesn't deserve to be talked to, because I mean, how do you account for the lives that were taken? How do you account for the Akina Rex? But he's so busy to say rest in peace Alan Kiuna, but he never talked about the kids who died on the streets while trying to fight for their rights. Come on guys. Alafu mnatuambia ati tucheke na hatuwezi cheka na Ruto by the way. Hatuna hiyo time. Anybody trying to tell us to give Ruto room to breathe is an enemy to us. Let's just agree on that fact. Anybody trying to tell the masses to give Ruto time to smile with us is an enemy of the people. Na anafaa kwa hiyo bandwagon by the way. Hatuna time. Pineapple, give the mic to the next speaker.
Good morning, good morning. So let me just remind you, if you've had a chance to speak, we have a very long request line. So I'd kindly request you to drop. I wouldn't want to drop anyone. If you have anything else you need to say, please raise your hand so that I can address you. Geopolitician, but you've been waiting for a while, so we can have you and then Solomon. Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning again, where I am. And thank you so much giving me the opportunity to actually speak on your space. And the problem we have in Africa in general is the corruption. And politicians becoming more and more selfish and every day, and especially the problem we have in East Africa, in Kenya, in Somalia, and in the region the region is becoming a hotspot for illicit and crime and money laundering, and what you call deep state, extreme business which is unaccounted, unaccounted. Look, all the money in Kenya now, and the people I'm talking about, and who are actually crossing the border in Somalia, into Kenya, into Tanzania, into Uganda. These people are not accountable to anyone. Look, I can buy Kenyan passport for $200 to tomorrow if I want to do that, and that's how easy it to actually get a Kenyan passport, buy property in Kenya, and take money out of Kenya without the Kenyan authority noticing ever. The money we're talking about is a money that's a blood money, a dirty money coming from, for example, that guy. His name is Ahmed Madoba. He controls parts of Somalia, Jubaland. He destroyed the forestry in that region. He cut all the trees and he make charcoal and he sent to the Middle East, Dubai and the United Arab Emirates. So this money is I would say, is illegal money. So that money is coming to Kenya, Kenyan economy. So Kenyan economy, the real Kenyan economy will never see this money. The ordinary people of Kenya will never see this money. This money, they created a channel account which is actually they control. And what they do, they bribe the politicians in Kenya. They give, let's say, a couple of $1 million. They go to William Ruto to midnight, to 2 o'clock in the morning, and they offer a suitcase of $3, 4, 5 million. They come to the commissioner, the police commissioner, with suitcases of money. So this is how they are destroying the Kenyan economy, because we need to have transparency in African economy. We need to have an accountability. These businesses have to be accountable. So what the Islamists, especially the Islamist extremist groups like Al-Shabaab, what they are doing, they are fighting to be accountable to any government. They do human trafficking. They bring in people all over in East Africa. They bring in every single day new people into your country without no checks, without no control. So the problem in Kenya, I'm not saying everything is down to this. I'm not saying all the problem with Kenya is with these Islamist extremist groups who are running major businesses in Somalia, who are actually crossing your border. But I'm sure there is other problem in Kenya. But this is one of the problems that you are facing. And my worry is that they are bribing your soldiers. They are bribing your forces, the customs, and customs and excise people who supposed to collect taxes, and they are bribing all of this. And the money, I am sure 100% that money or their businesses will never. The ordinary people of Kenya will never see this money, because the way they do business, actually they created their own companies. These companies launder the money. They control how they take the money out of the country, how they bring the money out of the country. Even during the COVID coronavirus in United States, there was a program which was helping the children who were in, malnutrition in United States. The United States government provided for children in need during the COVID a lot of money to feed the children. What they did, they steal this money and they bring to Kenya. In Jomo Kenyatta International Airport in Nairobi, the customs of Kenya, they captured this woman. She had something like 800,000 US dollar taken from the United States, bringing to the Kenyan economy. So this kind of money is not helping your economy; it's destroying your people. Because what they do, they go to the commissioner, the parliamentarians, and the president himself, and they offer a lot of money to them, a lot of money, a money that you never dream of, suitcases of millions of dollars. And that's how they destroy Somalia. That's how they want to destroy Kenya. And I think the Kenyan people, I'm sorry to say this, have to wake up and have to wake up and have to look. The politicians who are actually infected by this disease are all over the place. Look, you have got a parliamentarian who have been in Kenya parliament for 3 decades, more than 3 decades, without a control, without doing any kind of thing. Look, this Farah Malin guy, what does he do? He doesn't even build a roads for his community. And he's actually crossing the border. When he's 1 minute in Ethiopia, the other minute he's in Somalia. Look what he says on YouTube. He's talking about the politics of Somalia. The other thing is that I'm a bit worried, and I want to finish by saying this. They make a SLI, which is in Nairobi, a quarter. They make the global headquarter. All in once a year, they come together. The people I'm talking about is called Al-I'tisam, Islamist, which is part of Al-Shabaab. And they are the business in arm of Al-Shabaab. They come once a year to Nairobi, and they do conferences, meetings, and they come all over the world, including Al-Shabaab, the military wing of Al-I'tisam. And they invite politicians from Kenyan government, from ministries, even the president, to their conferences. This kind of conferences is running in Kenya. And Kenya is they're not only destroying Kenya, they want to destroy Tanzania and all the way to Uganda. They want to spread this kind of, ethics, which is unethic business kind of dealing throughout East Africa. And their dream is to create Islamic state of East Africa. And this is very dangerous. And I think the sooner you guys wake up, the better. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me the time. Thank you, everyone. Take care.
All right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys coming on the space and giving your amazing sentiments. Thank you so much, Geopolitics. TV, Africa TV. Guys, it's 5 minutes past top of the hour, 8 a.m. East African time. And the hashtag is Ruto must go. We are 1,228 people plus on this space. And I want you to just take a moment and go post on your timeline, share the space, and just use the hashtag Ruto must go. Kindly. Just go on your TL, share the space. If you want to share the space, go down there on the share button and just type on your TL, Ruto must go. Okay, and please keep on requesting the mics. I'm seeing the request. From now on, we are not gonna hog the mic for like 10 minutes. I'm giving each and every one of you, and you will be timed. I'll give you 4 minutes each. 4 minutes each. 4 minutes yako safi. Give your sentiments, your submission. Then we move on past that. If anybody wants to rebuttal, you rebuttal as quick as you can, and we move on. So I'm gonna go in this order as we speak. I'm gonna start with Josephine. Josephine, you have your hand up. Then I'll go to Wango. After Wango, I'll go to Talibanel. Mkona majina kwa hii Twitter. Talibane, hey, that one. I'll go to you, then Liz, then Billy Mijungu, then W Munga, Omu, then Kibogong, then Escowino later. So let's go in that order. Kindly 4 minutes yako safi, ukimaliza na kudrop na leta watu wengine. Niko na 33 requests and they must all give their submissions. Ukioverrun na kumute na kudrop, we have to follow instructions, please. We all have something to say, so let's keep the ball rolling. Josephine, your 4 minutes starts now.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
100%.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning, fellow Kenyans. Thank you, Mr. KOT and your team for hosting us this morning. Yeah, I am just as furious as any other Kenyan, but I want first to rectify a word said by one of the gentlemen who mentioned me. Yesterday, who had me keenly. I think I was very categorical because by the end of the day, what I said is that we need to protect the businesses so that the business people are the people who are donating food to bring to the people when we are seated outside there. And today, I've always said that we have to remain focused. I want to bring to your attention another way because I'm very furious. I feel President is just taking us for granted. Even with all the grievances that we have, he's just doing the opposite. Actually, I want to believe right now, the only sector which should work in this country from today should be only hospitals peke yake. The rest of the Kenyans should be out there fighting for their rights, fighting that Ruto must go, and with all his rotten government, he should leave our country for us, and we remain for ourselves and fight for ourselves. We cannot sit here and see him just recycle the same people he terminated the other day. He failed to gazette purposely to bring them back again to manipulate us to see how are we thinking. We can see now the Raila team is also coming up inside there. Guys, can we first occupy those offices at NSS building around Milimani? Can we protect those offices? Those guys should never enter those offices. They are our offices, it's our country, and we are saying we don't need them. We are tired of them. We don't need them. Let them go with the Ruto. Kindly, can we come up? Can we win the confidence of every Kenyan and every Kenyan feel the same pain we are feeling? And we stand firm and they say that there is no any other structure. Kama kuna mabasi zitaruhusiwa kufanya kazi, let's allow the buses to work to ferry people to Nairobi so that we occupy everywhere. Nowhere is going, nothing is going to happen so that Ruto can go. We cannot just take this again. I'm so furious, I'm so mad. But the truth is, we are not going to sit here to also to discuss tribes right now. It's too late. What we need to see is putting our country straight and ensuring that nobody ventures into the people's businesses. We are there with a purpose and with a mission, and we go with our mission. Because when we get distracted, starting going to the people who are rooting, then we will be doing it the wrong way and we will not be having merit on what we are doing. Eventually, we will be killed, so many of us, for no good reason. We don't want anyone to be killed, but we should be all there. And actually, we should occupy all the government premises and say there is no civil servant who is going to work unless he's a medic. And that medic should be out there actually giving us services when we need them for those who need them. Thank you so much, and may God bless us. May God bless Kenya. That's my submission for now because I'm feeling furious. Let me be honest. I'm feeling bad. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Josephine. Let's go to the next patient, please. Your 3 minutes begin now.
Hello?
Who was next? Guys, I gave you the whatever, the flow of events. Who was next? After.
Are you listening to me?
Okay,
Hello?
talk to us, Wangao.
Okay, this is Wangao from Nyanza.
3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, to my surprise, I think we are in the 5th week since we started this. And Ruto has never gone abroad anymore. So, like, this guy actually, this guy is first of all is a robber. He's been robbing Kenyans from whatever little Kenyans have in their pocket. I want to address mostly my fellow Luos, because I'm one of the Luos. We have toxic people, toxic politicians within us, and like everyone listens to Raila. So it's like Raila's infiltrated me with something that is very toxic. And I think last time on Thursday we had some goons in Homa Bay who could protest against the protesters, who could beat the protesters who were very peaceful because they have been paid by such a politician. So to my fellow Luos na wale wamama ambao wako nyumbani, tafadhali, 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 it is the right time we should wake up. Let us not be keeping on listening to Raila, sijui mara yendi amesema, sijui nini. No, it is the time we should wake up to avoid tribalism. There was a time some of these politicians said like, oh, the fight is for them. Why should we get involved? We have been fighting ever since 1960, whatever. Now let them fight against themselves. That is tribalism of the highest order, and we should not tolerate that. We as Gen Zs and millennials and the alphas, we want to make Kenya a better place for each and everyone. Ruto has to go because right now is the problem. You cannot recycle the cabinets who are there before. You cannot bring the old faces, and you cannot like last time vile alisema Mars G want to make us around the table with dialogue or on whatever. No, dialogue is part of what? Part of like encouraging them to be in power. If Ruto can go before 2027, kindly, if Ruto can go before 2027, I think we'll be having a better country. So to my submission, let us march together, let us occupy everywhere. Kesho wale ambao wanaenda church leo, don't leave politicians the podium to address. Wale ambao wataenda kesho the same. Monday vivo hivyo. We should be restless, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Wangao. Let's go to our next speaker. Your 3 minutes begin now. Okay, seems I have to call the names, and if I call the names, I'm gonna rearrange the order. Billy, talk to us. 3 minutes begin now. Billy, are you there? Billy Mijungu. Okay. Let's go to W Mungadi at yahoo.com. Your 3 minutes begin now.
Yes, thank you, Ayo. I'm James Mugeni from Busia, from Uganda. I first want to thank you people for what you have done, because I'm basically here to study, to follow, and because we are trying to replicate, we are trying to follow what you have done. You know, for us, we have been in captivity for 40 years. And when you started, when the Gen Z of Kenya started, they motivated us, and you have seen everybody's addressing us, ministers, what have you. Don't emulate the Gen Z of Kenya. And we are like, no. They have started something that we are seeing producing results for them. We are following it. So if you see what is happening in Uganda, we are replicating, we are mobilizing. Now, I got interested when somebody mentioned closing borders, closing the Nyangata. You said Langata, Mombasa Road. If you did that for us, because if it is said, if when Kenya catches a cold, when Kenya sneezes, Uganda catches a cold. Close off Kenya, then you'll have liberated us, because Ugandans will pour on the street en masse. There's no way, if you starved us, hunger will not bring us out. All our goods pass through you, through Kenya. So we are hoping that Busia border will be closed. Malaba border will be closed. And even the new oil, whatever, that port they're opening on Lake Victoria through Kisumu will be closed, such that Uganda can be liberated. We have suffered under Museveni, and there are a few things that I'm seeing in Kenya that are being exactly the same like it used to be in Uganda. If you heard of killing of women in Wakiso, there was a group of people that started killing women, and they killed so many women. And I have seen this thing happening now in Kenya. It's like it's a system they use. Now there's that Somali friend of ours who was talking. Trust me, for us who have lived in this, there will be bombs thrown such that security dominates again. That's what they do. Within the system, goons are planted. And the goons that are destroying business. But if somebody has said Kenya has closed, why would somebody say they want to do business? And I'm so happy about it. Is it Josephine who said only medics? I'm a medic. Only medics should work because you are saving lives. For now, close for innovation. And if you're closing, then you're closing East Africa. You're helping all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You utilized your 3 minutes so well. Let's go on to the next. Kenyan lady.
Well, hello, everybody. I know you can hear me, so I am gonna go straight to my point. Oh my God. Yeah. Okay, so let me start here. Can we sanitize our environment? I do understand that nataka watu ati sijui waje hapa and they speak their mind and we listen to them. Let me tell you, I know there's democracy and there's abuse of democracy. So there are people who are coming in to abuse that democracy. So if you keep letting people air their views, even if they're against the movement, that is not going to be, the right. I don't know. I don't know where we will be headed with that. So I would just advise, or I hold the alignment that these spaces should just be for those that are pro-movement. If you are for the government, that does not make us opposition. We are in the opposition. That makes us Raila. You know what I'm saying? This is a platform where we should be able to be speaking our issues of pro-movement. I mean, there are so many barazas out there that they can form. They can go to Itumbe, they can have their own spaces. So, end of rant as far as that. So a very, very important point that I want to make. Sorry? Am I
Sorry, Dennis, it's either you mute your mic or you get dropped. Please, space discipline, eh? Sorry. Kenyan lady, continue.
all right? So there's one question that has been asked over and over and over and over, and I want you guys to listen to me. The older millennials, young Gen Xers that are here, they can stand with me on this point. So watu wanashinda wakiuliza what next? Okay, Raila actually asked, okay, so remove Ruto, what next? That is number one, to justify that there's nobody else that can rule other than the political elite. That's the number one point that you need to know they're trying to make. That without us, what do you think you can do without us? We are the ones who are going to lead. And even if it means that we are leading by the fist, that's what we are going to do. So that's exactly the point that they are trying to make, which we should rebel against. That question of what next. So now let me give you the answers, my response to what next. And I will give you a very, very good example. When we brought Kibaki to power, I was very, very young. I was young and I remember everything. I remember the following day after we voted, I think it must have been probably the first time that I voted or something like that. I remember people coming from all over because somebody was trying to sell KICC, and this is very, very figurative what I'm saying. Moi was trying to sell a KICC and was not successful. So I remember when we chose Kibaki, the following day, everybody was singing around KICC, and there was another, is it Intercontinental Hotel or Hilton Hotel? One of those hotels, they belonged to the country. They had not been privatized yet. And I remember KICC is one of those facilities that Moi was just about to sell it, just like the way JKIA is about to be sold. Watu walikuwa naimba, mali yetu, mali yetu. I remember very, very, very well. And I think I will try to see if I can pull those footages. So what is to happen next is that us, the movement, will be the leaders. And we will appoint these leaders once we straighten up Ruto and his people and all these demagogues, including Raila, when they leave. Because that's our priority. Ruto must go with the entire system and everybody else. We will have our leaders. I remember that was the first time Najib Balala was able to make his way into the parliament. Very, very, very many people were the first time attendees or they were the first time visitors of parliament or what do I say? MPs, they were first time MPs, and they did not even know how the rule of the orders went, when you were supposed to lift your hand, when you were supposed, but they were mentored through, and there were so many of them that came in the first time, So let me tell you something. When they tell you what next is we become leaders. Again, when we elected Kibaki, we had so many members of parliament that showed up the first time as members of parliament, the first time as cabinet. They did not even know how the rules go. They did not even know how the house, the floor rules were going. And they got educated as they went. They educated themselves as they went. So first we remove Ruto. And the second thing, we will get our leaders. When that call comes, we will get our leaders. So let them leave us alone. We saw it in Kibaki. We saw very, very many new faces. We saw very many people who built their career after Kibaki. And that's what's going to happen to us and our movement. So that's
As you
the
wind
first
up,
point I want to do. Sorry?
as you wind up, your time is up.
No, I'm not winding up. I have to make my point. I've been here long enough. I don't think 4 minutes is over, but I will make my
We
second
have to be
point
fair to
and I will
everyone.
leave.
We have to be fair to
Okay.
everyone.
Then I'll yield.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. You'll come back on the next round. Let me go to the next speaker, Kibongong.
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Go ahead, please. We can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Mimi, I have ways we could improve this mandamano, and I think we're headed in the right direction. We're all very upset with how systems are being run. Iyo hasira ifai kuisha. Let me even set my timer. I don't want to take more than 3 minutes. 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 30 seconds. I'm done. Where's this timer? So meanwhile, I was saying, yep, timer started. Yes, I was saying, mi nataka tukasirike. It's not about wewe ni Mkale, wewe ni Mkikuyu, wewe ni Mkosterian, wewe ni Msomali. It's not about that. We are Kenyans and Kenya is for us. There's no, I'm a Kale, for, if you must know, I'm a Kale. But hakuna kitu Ruto amenifanyia. He's done nothing. If anything, he has stolen from me. Nimepanda, nikauziwa wrong fertilizer. Tukaambiwa muende mrudishe, bring your receipts, you'll be refunded. Nothing happened. After tumengangana, tumelima, tumeweka fertilizer yetu that we bought with our own money. Tukipeleka mahindi cereals tumevuna, you can't, mahindi yako haichukuliwi. So I want people to be upset. It's not, na nimesikia, I've been here a while and I've heard people talking about, oh, Somali, oh, I get what that MP said was wrong. I get it, but we are not directing our anger to Somalis. We are not doing that. That would be taking us back. Now, the point of this Ruto must go is Kenya must move forward. There's unity in numbers. Let's agree that these people are in our country and they are Kenyans now. So maneno ya kwanza kuwa can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Niliona ni kama hii mic yangu haisongi, sorry. So all I'm saying is in fact this is a time for these Somalis to come and prove how much of Kenyans they are. Tokeni, fungeni Isili, kujeni, let's all march. Indians, fungeni huko Parklands, wapi, kujeni, let's all march. Because if business works for us, we have the financial power to come and build your businesses. So me, my plea kabisa, and my parting shot is tuungane wote. Hakuna tribalism. Let maandamano happen in every county. Kila mahali. Hakuna kubaguana. You're a Kenyan. Sitaki hata kujua kama uko na ID ama hauna. The fact that uko maandamano na mimi, you're Kenyan enough. That is enough naturalization for you. So anyway, let's all stay safe. Ninge recommend, we said we are leaderless. I've got 1 minute and 7 seconds. We are leaderless. That doesn't mean we can't be accountable for each other. Tukienda kwa street, me, I'll be on the streets on Tuesday. Physically, I'll be there. If we're on the street, please try to know at least 10 people around you. Hata kama utamjua jina, hauna namba yake ya simu, just know that huyu ni part of us, tunaandamana. The 500 people will be able to stop that wenyewe and even report them to the police or even do a citizen's arrest. Anyway, I've got 25 seconds, and before I leave, akisida followers, si follow kidogo. Well, anyway, me, I'm a strong Ruto must go fan, so you won't go wrong with me. Please follow me and let's enjoy hakuna kuenjoy, tuna jam. Hasira, tumejam. Thank you kwa kunipandisha. Thank you the sixth. Thank you Pineapple. Thank you Afrocentric. I'm done.
Thank you so much. Asante sana, tunashukuru. Let's go to Kema. Hey. Kemanga Samuel, your 3 minutes begin now. Talk to us.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think my voice is your voice. We talk as one people. We were in a space some minutes ago or some 1 hour ago, hosted by the KOT, and the conclusion was that we ain't relent. We are brave enough, people. We are very brave, and we did not go to school to fail such simple tasks. My opinion to Ruto is that on the cabinet he brought back is that we cannot agree with them. We cannot agree with it. Why should he care for Kindiki and Duale and other characters who he suggested back? I'm sorry, he suggested back to the cabinet. We are not agreeing with that. If he really care for the Kenyan, why don't he care for the poor Kenyans who cannot even offer? They are not able to put a single meal. They cannot afford a single meal a day. While they can eat as much as 5 times anywhere, everywhere. There is a Kenyan somewhere I know who lacks a proper house simply because they took their children, they sacrifices to take their children to school so that those children can come back and secure a proper job and look after that family, but they are not. Why should he give job to people who actually they are not necessarily in need of that job? They are being given a job. They are being brought back to work. Me, what I would like to say that is that we agree, all of us, and we should agree that we don't want the same people who are kicked out from the cabinet to be brought back. Guys, are we agreeing with that? First of all, you see, we should have a way of solving things here. Are we agreeing with that? First of all, and then Ruto thinks that we are foolish. I know one thing, that we might not be clever enough, but we are not fools, because he can twist us and come up with a strategy of signing a check rather than giving cash in a church, tasking Gashagwa to inquire the problem or the money they need, and then submit to him to sign a check. What is that? Is there a difference between giving cash and signing a check? Is that not a harambee in church? Bana, tukatai hiyo maneno bana, tukatai hiyo. Mimi hiyo dakika yangu imebaki, naweza pea mtu mwingine, lakini lazima tukatai hiyo kabisa. Asante.
Asante sana, hata zilikuwa tu 10 seconds. Let me go to Kadeno. Kadeno, your 3 minutes begin now. Take the mic.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you, Afrocentric. Thank you so much. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. Just go on.
So me, I'm very pissed. First of all, I came when I joined the space, I met someone who was called Abdul, saying that their counties have no development, they have no Jewish schools. And I want to ask those people, do you know how much money has been given into your counties? In terms of counties, the funds that is given by national government to counties, the money that have been given by the CDF, the money you were given because those areas are extreme. You have been given a lot of money such that you would have turned Northeastern into Dubai if your leaders wanted. But what have your leaders been doing? They have been investing that money back to Eastleigh. I know they doesn't want to be told this because that is the truth. Hiyo pesa wamekuwa wakiitumia kuinvest other places. Can they go? You can't expect other people to build your counties. That's the truth. You must build your counties, you yourself. You know the thugs who kill other people there. You know everyone who doesn't support government there. You need to come together and say, this is our county. We must guard it. We must ask for accountability. They must develop their counties. They shouldn't expect people from Central to go develop their county. In fact, they shouldn't expect anyone. They should guard their money and force their leaders to conduct development. With 10 of billions that have been allocated there, the county should be having like 17 universities, big hospitals, big schools. But what is happening? Droughts every now and then. When the rain comes, they are here showing us and being happy that the rain have come. They have food for their sijui what, but not to advise their leaders to build dams, to build water harvest systems, to build infrastructures. They only cry, yet they are being given a lot of money in those counties. Personally, I've been pushing. Personally, I come from Moranga and I've been pushing to call our governor and so that he can come and talk to us. We exchange ideas, but it's very difficult. We are trying to hold those people in power accountable, but they are trying to show us they doesn't want to do that. Me, I'm very pissed. Look at our government.
Start landing.
Sorry?
Start landing. Your time is almost up.
So I will finish by saying this. People should go to the street and we should demonstrate. Those who want to occupy the JKIA, those who want to occupy the port should do that. Those who want to occupy State House, occupy everywhere you want. There is no way someone can borrow 1.2 trillion and nothing serious to show. We should go to the street from tomorrow, even from today, until when Ruto and his crony thugs, because they are thugs, are gone and out of our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate your time.
Let me jump in there, guys. I've just shared on my timeline, which I want to direct everyone's attention to, because for the past 2 to 3 weeks we've been saying occupy everywhere. And right now, I think we've been discussing, we've been taking a lot of notes, and we have been working with some graphic designer who has helped come up with meeting points. So we were trying now to concentrate our forces, because if you say occupy everywhere, kutoka kwa nyumba na usimame hapo kwa barabara, you are occupying in the literal sense. But anyway, right now we want to switch strategies, we want to switch tactics. Ukiona hapo kwa tumepatiana, if your where you reside is closer to Thika Road, tunasema hapo tukutane hapo Juja bypass stage kwanza towards Kamakis hapo Githurai, tuchoka hapo Githurai, the turn at Kiambu Road, hapo turnaround ya TRM Mall can be another meeting point. Alafu pia around MT Mall towards Garden City Mall hapo Kasarani, that's a choking point. So guys, let us retweet this so other people can see it, because people don't know where to meet. One of the most things have been the confusion of our spaces is wase tunakutana sangapi na wapi, because ukiona kuna team inakujanga hata hiyo siku ya Occupy Parliament, kuna wase wa Thika Road walichelewa, wase wako town tayari iko 12 na wengine bado hawajaingia. So if we can synchronize, it's one of the demerits of being leaderless, but we're not directionless, is knowing what time are we meeting and where are we meeting, because we can have the same meeting point but different times, or we can have different times but not the same meeting point. So this is just an attempt to try to have that harmony in terms of where we are meeting. If you're on Gong Road, if you're on Mombasa Road, if you're in Thika Road, if you're on Southern Bypass, if you're on Mombasa Road, even the idea of Occupy JKIA, just shutting down Thika Road, nothing comes in, nothing leaves. No one can go, no one can fly out of the country, and no one can come into the country. Like, you'll be stuck there. So guys, great idea. We're implementing, we're taking notes of everything we said on this space, and this is how the movement keeps growing, and we are not relenting until Ruto must go. Back to you, Ayu.
Thank you so much, Afro, for the update. And please, just go on those tweets on the Jumbotron and make sure that you retweet all of them. And probably, if you have to quote tweet, ensure that you use the Ruto must go, hashtag Ruto must go tag. So, guys, acheni kuni DM niwapatie mic. Requesting to mic. I can see them. There are 61 mic requests. I'll accept all of them. So just chill.
What do you mean? 90? I'm seeing 97 plus here on my side.
I can see 60 on my end. So you guys, you can see. So just chill, eh? Time yako ikifika itafika tu, utapikiwa na utaongea. Ukini DM, it doesn't make it any easier. And karibu sana Daktari Ekuro Court for joining us. And probably I want to give the mic to Bluesman. Bluesman, your 3 clean minutes begin now. Take the mic, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, my points are clear. Number one, sisi kama watu wenye, everyone who is in this space, we should take an initiative of educating, because unapata there are so many Kenyans wenye hatuko on the same page because of misunderstandings. Maybe msee hajui kwa nini hii regime inafaa kwenda, maybe anasema alisieza so tumpe time, wengine anasema sijui hii siasa. Like, take your time, the best understanding yenye uko nayo, make sure umeshare na wase. At least try to highlight that the country is headed in the wrong direction. Ukiweza, kama ulisikia ile story nani alisema huyu Jimmy Wanjigi about debt, venye debt tunaenda tukisonga and it's not well used, you can explain that. You can also explain story ya recycling, how are the CSS. Again, you can explain story ya all those people who have been involved in corruption have not been.
Are you there? Bluesman, we lost you.
My.
You're back.
You lost
You're
me? Okay, I'm sorry. Guy. Okay, nili lost kama how long ago?
Like a few seconds.
Okay. So I was saying, try to explain to your fellow citizens the reasons why we are headed in the wrong direction and why protests should not end any soon. Like, hiyo itasaidia sana at least country kuwaleta pamoja. And then the story of kusalimia wasee, hiyo kitu inafaa kuwa almost kila siku. Like, hiyo inafaa kuwa culture hadi 2027, so that those corrupt leaders wasiwahi pata kiti. So kusalimia wasee kwa simu, kuwasalimia kwa ground at least, like hiyo si kitu ya siku moja, ni siku ya kila kitu, same as ku occupy churches. Again, something else ni historia leaderless. Historia leaderless, so many people wana doubt, wanasema mwezi enda place mkiwa leaderless. So kitu naweza sema, kama maybe uko kwa space fulani wanauliza ama somewhere, you can say as long as tuko leaderless ndo kusikwe na msee yote mwenye atawai call off demos ziendelee. But if you feel like you can represent Gen Z, wewe unaweza enda kwa preso maybe na memorandum ama kwa koti as a voter ama as a taxpayer, like uende we mwenyewe urepresent whatever you're saying, na sisi wenyewe tukiona we unafanya kazi poa, kama maybe unataka vote tunaweza kupea later, but usiende kusema tuache demos ati ndio muongee. Same way to hata they said akina sijui Raila, I think ni this guy alisema Raila is not representing Gen Z akienda kuongea, so that means afai kuambia Gen Z waache maandamano. So hiyo ndo ni story ya leaderless. And then what else kitu nasema ni tukiulizwa maybe agendas ni gani, agendas I think very clear, kitu kama kujel wale wase corrupt, hiyo ni kitu iko very clear, iko very clear, yenye sidhani itakuwa yani itakuja kutimizwa any soon, na tunaweza kuwa nayo kama constant grievance yenye tuko nayo tukienda kwa street tukimobilize hapa online. Na pia justice for wale wase walidedi, hiyo ni kitu yenye naona kaa tunasawa tuisemi sana. We should always insist on that, ati kila siku hiyo ni grievance yenye tuko sure si rahisi ati ikue annulled, juu kama juzi si wame suspend ile cabinet na ikakuwa like wametukul. But those two things, kujel wale wase corrupt na kuleta justice for those fallen soldiers, hiyo ni kitu yenye iko very iko valid kama grievances. And then kitu very important ni kitu mimi na insistingi sana ni tukienda demos ama tukienda kuoccupy, please can we insist graphic designers, can we insist on kutokea mapema. Naonanga mimi that's the secret card yenye tumekosa in all the demos zenye tumetokea ama all the occupying activities zenye tumekuwa nazo. If we could occupy CBD by saa 1:30 ama saa 2, ati upate saa 2 kuna wase 200 wameketi pale CBD, watu wenye wataona hiyo by saa 3 utapata wengine dhao wameingia, by saa 10 dhao 10 wameingia, like na already ishakuwa revolution na tushamaliza hii kazi. So graphic designers, make sure ume focus on that story ya kutokea mapema, like that's very important, cause venye tunaendelea ku waste time tukitokea late, hii kitu inakuwa tunapea hawa say chance ya kuinfiltrate yani kutu counter, but the day tutokea mapema, I think hiyo inaweza kuwa game changer. And then kitu ingine maybe naweza ongezea ni graphic designers, hizi poster mnatoa, can you highlight mambo ya mambo ya those corrupt leaders na scandals zao, like at least hii itokee, like watajwe, cause inaendelea kuboil temper zetu. Something else yenye sijataja ni okay, somebody kama anaweza nipea more info, siko sure, ni historia public prosecutor. Sijui kama public prosecutor anafanyanga kazi yake with the anaitwa nani sasa, auditor general akitoa kama maybe akitoa list fulani kumekuwa na corruption, public prosecutor anafanyanga kazi yake like ya kuprosecute like wasi wangapi wanashtakiwa. I think pia hapo tunafaa either kusalimia ama kuapply pressure ama kucomplain sana about that. Thank you so much.
Asante sana Bluesman. Thank you so much for highlighting hizo issues ume highlight, and yes, your story posters, graphics designers out there, make sure that you also include the plights of the people in those posters, na tuanze kushema wase publicly, because hatuwezi keep on kurelent na kuprotect jina zao. Hatuwaogopi, hakuna kitu watatufanyia. The least one, the best one is atufanyia ni kutu whatever inaitwaje, kututeka nyara. They can just kidnap us. So we have to start calling those names the way they are on their IDs. Kama tunaweza weka phone number zao na ID number zao tuweke, tutaziweka hadi account number zao za bank, kwani ni kesho. If we die we die. So
I want to take this opportunity to bring in Kowin on the mic, and then probably later on we can now bring in Daktari. Kowino.
Thank you, Ayo. Good morning, everyone. I think I came here to say probably one thing, because earlier on, I think everyone is trying to make this this war to become an ethnic war. Nilisikia watu wakifanya ikuwe ni kama we are fighting against each other, mpaka tunasahau kwenda kwa goli yetu yenye inafaa kuwa ni we are fighting against bad governance. Tunataka kwanza kudrag mara Somali, mara sijui kabila fulani, and we are not supposed to go that direction. Tunafaa kujua everyone is a Kenyan. Hakuna mtu anaitwa Somali mwenye ni Mkenya. Huyo mtu mwenye unaitwa Somali mwenye probably ako Kenya ni Mkenya. So hatufai kwenda hiyo direction, because tutaanza kuanza kujidivide sisi wenyewe kwa wenyewe in house instead of fighting bad governance. Just like I said last night that this is not anti-government protest or anything. It is anti-bad governance. Because hatupige tu serikali, tunapiga bad governance, ndio sisi hatutaki. Na from what has been going on, tukiangalia appointments za jana, inamaanisha I was looking at those appointments na kitu inaniambia hizo positions zenye zimebaki hata maybe ndio zinaenda kuwa worse than hizi zenye tumeona. Ndio mnaenda sasa kuletewa positions za Raila sasa. Na ndio hata mnaenda kukasirika zaidi. I hope ifanywe hata Monday ndio sasa Tuesday tukuwe na more rage ya kwenda huko kwa streets. Na if you want to give up, bado naweza sema hivi, if you want to give up or if you don't have a reason for going to the streets next week, please don't go, just stay at home. Na pia usikuje kwa microphone kuambia watu ati please don't give up the streets, na utakuwa umekaa nyumbani. So if you are not willing, if you feel this is not your type of war, please stay out of it. Wenye tulishasema wengine tutawapigania, wenye sisi tutakuwa wenye tuna feel this is our type of war. We are going to fight this war till the end, mpaka siku tutashinda. I know lives will be lost in the way, but it is not the time to give up, because if we give up, like I always say again, tuta spend like over 60 years kama tuna struggle, kama tuko maybe worse than we've been. Tutaendelea tu na hizi bad governance and everything else. So again, pia tukifight war in the streets, I think tunafaa pia kukuwa na avenues zenye tunaangalia constitutionally what can be done constitutionally, like in the constitution what amendments can be done. And I thank God Dr. Kurekot is here again, because last time I asked him to come and talk to us about Article 255, 256 and 257 of the Constitution, and why is it mbona the parliament imejitana na hii constitution that unaweza pata maybe kufanya amendments and all that inakuwa so hard of some articles probably. And if we want all the changes that we want, does it mean we will have to go for a referendum? Ama zinaweza fanywa, tunaweza ekea wabunge wetu pressure and they make the amendments huko kwa bunge through bunge without us going for a referendum. So going forward, I would also like to hear about that from Dr. Ekuro, if there is a way itakuwa easy for us to do easy amendments without going for a referendum, na maybe zifanyike venye tunataka. If we can also have program changes like mtu akishavai kama governor hakuna tena kwenda kurudi sijui kuvai senator, vitu kama hizo, because I think that is greedy pia. Yeah, thank you Ayo.
Thank you so much Kowino. Nilikuwa nataka daktari ya to take through hizo manini, but ni kama amedrop, so tutamngoja rudi tena. If you can send him the mic again, but meanwhile tukimngoja, let's try and hear from Dennis Mutwiwa. I give you 3 minutes to give us your submission there as we wait for daktari akuje. Asipokam tutaendelea kwa na maspikers wengine, but meanwhile try and share the space, use the hashtag Ruto must go. You can follow the speakers, follow the host and the co-host as we keep on. Daktari is here. Dr. Ikuru, good morning. How are you?
And we have been asking.
Good morning. Good morning, Ayo. Good morning, Afrocentric.
Go ahead,
Good morning,
please.
everyone. So I don't know, for some reason my mic dropped, so I didn't get the question from Kowino. Can you repeat it for me? But I wanted to make just a very quick, maybe 1 minute submission before maybe I answer some specific questions on matters constitution, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, sure, that's okay.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
So, I've been listening to a lot of spaces and including yours here. And so I'm just reminded of one poet, one literary artist. And I wanted to share this passage with all of you guys, because what you are speaking about is actually what this man spoke about sometimes back in the early 90s. Is one of my favorite people I like to read about. It's called Bertolt Brecht. And he speaks about the political illiterates. And when I listen to these spaces, the Gen Z revolution and all that, people are wisening up, because this man, Bertolt, wrote this passage long time ago. And I don't know whether he had Kenyans in mind or he had this awakening that is coming up with the Gen Zs. And this is what he said. And just allow me to quote him verbatim. And you can Google him. It's on Google. He said that the worst illiterate is the political illiterate. People who say that we don't want to be in politics because politics is dirty. He doesn't hear, doesn't speak, nor participate in political events. He doesn't know the cost of life, the price of the bean, of the fish, of the flour, unga, of the rent, of the shoes, and of the medicine. All depends on political decisions. The people we are now questioning to be in power. The political illiterate is so stupid that he is proud and swells his chest, saying that he hates politics. The imbecile doesn't know that from his political ignorance is born the prostitute, the abandoned child, and the worst thieves of all, the bad politician. And emphasize that, the bad politician, corrupted and flunky of the national and multinational companies. So, guys, I think this, for me, speaks to the spirit of what is happening today in our country. And I just wanted to say that I'm very, very happy, very proud of what you guys are doing, the Gen Zs are doing, and I hope really you can maintain this momentum. And yes, the question of whether you are leaderless is now emerging. So what next? I heard Raila try to defend the government by saying that it's not about Ruto must go. It's protectionism. I think it's trying to protect William Ruto, but then we need to ask ourselves also the question, we need to prepare ourselves. And one of the things that I have insisted over time, especially since I formed Third Way Alliance Kenya as a political party, is that because of our non-participation in politics, that's why we end up with the kind of people that we have today. The people who can easily just gang up together. Today they are enemies, tomorrow they are friends. And honestly speaking, I want to throw this question to the floor. Why should our country, Kenya, be defined for decades in the context of just a few individuals? Why? Why should it be the name of, I don't know, Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Odinga, William Ruto, Musalia Mudavadi, Kalonzo Musyoka? Why cannot it be about Koyo, Kowino? Why cannot it not be about Ayo? Why cannot it not be about Brave Girl, Otumba? Yeah, even if it's not about Ekuru Aukot, but there are many names here. So the question is, our non-participation is what is giving us the caliber of leadership that we have today. And as the old saying goes, the leadership of any country is a reflection of the society. Is that really our society? We need to resist that. We need to begin to say, no, this cannot be our society, because the decisions they are making are bad. For example, Let's just delve into the newly appointed cabinet. So you fire somebody because you have lost confidence and faith in their performance, then you bring them back. I mean, some of those guys, I know them. I mean, I worked with them before. But I'm wondering, so when you fire these guys because you lack confidence in them, why should you bring them back? To be honest with you, if we were to interpret Chapter 6 of the Constitution of Kenya, if you have lost confidence in somebody holding public office, then that person cannot again bring repute or respect to that office they are holding. So what President William Ruto has done actually is just to say, you know what, I can do this. He has like a carte blanche on how he runs his affairs. He does it as he wishes. So I think we need to say we, the Gen Z, a new generation, we need to get involved. So for some of us who are already on our 5th floor, honestly, I'm pleased that you guys are taking charge, are getting interested in politics, and I like the fact that we are advancing the idea of us being tribeless, which is very good. I mean, for some of us, like someone like me who is intermarried, I don't want my children to be seen as, I don't know, Kikuyu or Turkana. I mean, I want them to be seen as Kenyans. But over and above that, guys, and I will say this just maybe before I answer some specific questions on matters constitution, we have a beautiful country, and honestly, we must jealously guard it. Over to you, Afrocentri.
Kowino?
Yes, thank you, Ayo. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Kowino?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Daktari, last time we were here, I think very late in the night, I had asked you maybe if you could come and talk to us about Article 255, 256, and 257 of the Constitution, which I believe is the amendment of the Constitution. Because I think those articles, especially 256 and 257, really protects the county assemblies and the parliament, that is the National Assembly and the Senate, that they are probably the ones who will decide if we are making these amendments or not. There being that the legislature, as we see in this country right now, is really captured by the executive. It means that if we want these amendments to take place, they are probably never going to take place with the type of parliament we have right now. And if you even want to reduce probably the governor's terms and all that, the county assemblies will also vote. And these people have their own interest and they want to serve their own interest. Is it really possible that this thing can take place in this country right now? Can we go that direction of amending the constitution and probably cutting these terms, reducing some seats and so on?
Yeah, so I don't know whether everybody can actually access a copy of the Constitution, but I have my copy with. I know whether it's okay for me to just read for you guys verbatim Article 255 before I explain 256 and 257. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Take your
Okay.
time. We have our
Yeah,
constitution on our phones, so it's okay.
Exactly. So if, for example, if you look at Article 255, I mean, first of all, let me just have a disclaimer. I say that, there is really no perfect constitution anywhere in the world. And sometimes when people say, oh, you framers of the constitution, you didn't do this, didn't do that, constitution making process is basically a negotiated agreement. And especially before it becomes the ground norm, the ICE law in the land, it is actually very political. People bring in proposals, what they want to be in the constitution, and then of course there's a negotiation. So for us, as the committee of experts, when we sat down to write our country's constitution today, we considered all the various views. I mean, you may recall that there was the Bomas process that went into referendum in 2005, and that referendum failed. Then when we, as the committee of experts, where I was basically in charge, came on board, we say that we are not going to throw away anything that was proposed by the CKRC, the Constitution of Kenya Review Commission of 2000 to 2004, leading up to the referendum of 2005. We also looked at the Bomas process. We looked at I think there was Kilifi and all that. And we went back to the people and told the people, okay, what exactly do you want, honestly, in this constitution? And if you may recall, the Bomas process had proposed about 4 levels of government: the national government, a regional government, a district government, and a locational government. So when we went back to the people as the committee of experts, we asked people, honestly, can we manage, can we finance these 4 levels of government? And today, the debate is very ripe that do we actually need the 47 counties of Kenya as they are today? If you ask me, if I was to rewrite Kenya's constitution today, I would say no. I need more of the wards. There are 50 wards, so that they can act as a unit of delivering services to people's very doorsteps. Now, having say compromise on some of the provisions in the constitution, that's how the committee of experts came up with Article 255, where we're speaking about amendment of this constitution. So if you are proposing an amendment to this constitution, it shall be enacted in accordance with Article 256, which is parliamentary initiative, 257, what is the popular initiative, and approved in accordance with clause 2 by the referendum, if the amendment relates to any of the following matters. For example, the supremacy of this constitution cannot be amended by parliament. It can only go to the people of Kenya. The territory of Kenya, if you are going to try and tamper with the boundaries, the territory, the region now we call Kenya, it must go to the people of Kenya. The sovereignty of the people, Article 1, which talks about all sovereign power and authority vests in the people to exercise it directly or indirectly. And speaking to what is happening in Kenya today, Kenyans are actually invoking that article to say our elected representatives are actually failing us, so we want to exercise this power ourselves directly. The national values and principles of governance, which are referred in Article 10, accountability, transparency, equality, human rights, all those things. Those ones cannot be amended by parliament. It must go to the people of Kenya. The Bill of Rights, term of the president. I mean, we proposed, for example, when in Punguza Mizigo we proposed that we must reduce the term of the president to only 7 years, one term. You serve your 7 years and you go. That's why we invoked Article 257, what's called the popular initiative. Now, in the popular initiative, you must go to the people, get at least 1 million, endorsements from Kenyans. And then you take that bill, you draft the bill like we did in Punguza Mizigo, and I will invite you guys, just have a look at it. I think it's online. Then once you draft the bill, you take to IEBC with the supporting signatures. Then with those signatures, once IEBC approves that, yes, there's an endorsement of a minimum of 1 million, it goes to the county assemblies for debate. Once the county assemblies, at least a minimum of 24 of them, the majority, pass the bill, then it goes to the people in a referendum. Now, what we did in Punguza Mizigo, we crafted it in such a way that we did not want Parliament to even have a say or amend it, because we factored on those issues that actually anger Kenyans. For example, the size of Parliament. Honestly, why do we need 416 parliamentarians? At the time we were doing the Constitution, it was a negotiation, remember? And for some of us who probably have followed the process of constitution making in Kenya, if you can start from, say, the Independence Constitution, the Lancaster House Conference, which culminated into the Independence Constitution, Kenyans did not participate in that constitution making process. There was a few representatives. They didn't go to the people. And that's why, for example, Article 10 talks about public participation. It's meaningful public participation. Then you go back to as early as 1990s, the agitation for repeal of Section 2A of the Constitution, which ushered in multi-party democracy. And then thereafter. So we said, for certain fundamental issues that affect our lives, the size of Parliament, salaries, the size of the commissions, elections, let's go to the people of Kenya, because it's the people of Kenya who actually feel that. That's why we came up with Article 255, which talks about what are the other areas that can only be done in a referendum, and then 256 that gives Parliament certain, and it's minimal. So Article 256 is basically limits what amendments can Parliament do on their own? But on issues fundamental to the country, that's why we came up with an elaborate Article 257, which is the popular initiative. It must be about the people of Kenya. Just like now what we are discussing, that we have a presidency that has actually failed us. We have a presidency that made promises in 2020, promised heaven, but the road we are taking is to hell. So the people of Kenya must now come and say, okay, we can collect signatures, a vote of no confidence on this presidency, a vote of no confidence in Parliament. We can recall our members of Parliament because they are failing us, and that's why the popular initiative in Article 257 is there. Over to you, guys.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. for talking about the Article 257. But now my issue comes here. In that Article 257, after the people have collected the signatures and submitted to IBC, and IBC have verified the signatures and all that, the bill is sent to the county governments, where where the county assemblies will vote for it. If they approve it, which we don't know if they can approve it, probably. If they approve it, it's again sent to the speakers of the two houses of the National Assembly and the Senate, and it is voted upon by the MPs probably. When they are done and it is approved, that is when the bill is sent to the president to assent his signature. And now my questions come in that with the kind of system we have right now, do we have faith that even if the popular initiative has done the necessary, is our parliament capable of approving the bill of sending the president home? Because that is why I feel they have protected themselves. Ayo, is Dr. talking?
Daktari, did you hear the question from Kowino? Daktari?
We lost him.
Probably. I think we lost him. Probably he's in a call or something. I don't know. Is he on a call? Daktari? Okay. I think yeah. Tumemlose. Kowino, hold on to that question. Hold on to that question. Afro, do you want to refresh the space? Afro?
I think he's away from the mic.
Oh, I think he's also away from the mic. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, it's 9 minutes past top of the hour, 9 a.m. East African time. And the hashtag today is Ruto must go. Your neighbor is not your enemy. The enemy is the government, and you're working hard to send the government home. By all manners of fairness and logistics, whatever we'll do to have him go home, yeah, we have to do it. So we have a few speakers on the mic as we wait for Dr. to reconnect, and Kowino is also reconnecting. Just take a minute and share the space on your timeline and use the hashtag Ruto must go. And even as you type the hashtag Ruto must go, make sure that, kindly ensure that you type something so that it doesn't come out as a spam tweet. Meanwhile, I have new speakers on the mic. I can see 6,000. Good morning, 6. KOT, you haven't spoken since you came in. And I have James Muli, I guess James Mulamba, sorry. Otumba Masharia, Omu, Better Living Standards, and Dennis Mutwiwa. I can see Daktari is back and Kowino is also back. Daktari, Kowino had a question for you. So I think Kowino will have to repeat the question one more time so that you get to probably give us a response. So Kowino, the mic is yours. Daktari is back. I hope you can hear me, Kowino, loud and clear. So you can probably ask the question again. Dr. Rizia.
Yes, thank you, Ayo. Dr. was saying that I'm happy about the Article 257, where the people, we initiate the popular initiative, we amend the constitution by popular initiative, where probably we collect signatures. After the 1 million signatures are collected and it's submitted to IBC, they verify the signatures, and when it's done, they submit the bill to each county assembly for consideration. That is within 3 months after the date it was submitted by the commission. Yeah, and if all the county assemblies approve the draft bill within the 3 months, then the speakers of the county assembly, I believe, they submit it to the speakers of the National Assembly and the Senate. That is. And now it is voted upon again by the same MPs and senators that I believe we the people have lost faith in. Currently, we are pushing for the hashtag Ruto must go. And if we want him to go, the same people that he has in his pockets, that is the MPs and the senators, he commands probably the majority. We don't know if he does, but he does because he has captured them. He commands the majority in both houses. And if he has to go home and through a popular initiative, it means that these MPs that he has in his pockets have to vote for that bill, for the 1 million signatures, for the bill that has been submitted to the House that people want him gone. So my question is, I don't think if there's any other way and Parliament voting for it. So my question is it possible for us to trust these people to send him home, or we just have to go the streets way, because the Parliament way could be much harder than we think?
Okay, thanks, Kowino, for that. So for example, if you look at Article 255, Sub-Article 1, Part F, the term of office of the president. That is the part where now we can say we have lost faith in the presidency of the country and we want him to go home. So we can do the two approaches. One, we must remain on the streets. We must resist. He must, because I don't believe Ruto has the integrity to be able to say, okay, people have disapproved of me, now let me resign. Ideally, a good leader should be able to say, okay, people have lost faith in me, let me go home. You know, like in other developed democracies. But we know our kind of democracy and governance in Kenya is commercialized. It attracts the deplorables. Now, in Article 255, 257, which I think for me is where the way to go, we can now invoke Article 257 to amend Article 1, where we are saying all sovereign power vests in the people to exercise directly or indirectly. So we can create an amendment to that article in such a way that we the people, when we collect requisite signatures and is approved by the majority of counties, then the entire government goes. Because today I don't see Gachagua as an alternative to Ruto. I think the only person now, so Ruto is not an alternative, an option, neither is Gachagua. So the only way to go about this is to go the popular initiative. We collect as much signatures as we can. We amend Article 1 so that we can have the people have the power to be able to fire a government. Because at the end of the day, guys, we are actually the employers of a government. We are the employers of the president by dint of our vote. So we need to tighten the provisions in the Constitution. That's why Article 255, 256, and 257 are very relevant. And like I said earlier, there is no perfect constitution in the world, and because is a product of negotiation. But we give people the opportunity to say, at what point are we dissatisfied with certain provisions of the Constitution? And therefore, can we amend them? Can we revise them? Can we even delete them? Some of them. So I think the way to go is the popular initiative, that you collect enough signatures, but you must now zero in what aspects or provisions of the Constitution you want to amend. And for me now, what's emerging is Article 1 is one needs to be amended, and of course the chapter on the executive, where actually we have to make sure that we reduce the presidency, the oversight on the presidency, because Parliament has actually failed us. So the way to go about it, Kowino, is it depends on how you want to craft your amendment. If you craft your proposed constitutional amendment in such a way that it gives Parliament some leeway, then we are losing the plot. I want to invite all of you guys to look at the Punguza Mizigo Constitutional Amendment Bill of 2019. We crafted it in such a way that Parliament was just by the way. They were not going to do anything to it anyway, because the issues we wanted amended, Parliament could not actually even have a vote on it. So they were just a passage, even though the Article 57 requires that from the county assemblies you send to Parliament. In fact, let me just remind you guys that when the Punguza Mizigo Bill was rejected in almost all the counties, except, of course, there are counties that did not even debate it anyway. And there are counties that voted for it. The requirement is that there has to be a report from the speakers of the county assemblies that this bill has failed. There was never such a thing, you know. So ideally, actually, the Punguza Mizigo Bill did not actually fail because they did not follow Article 257, strictly speaking. And even if it came to Parliament, Parliament could not do anything about it because the issues we are intending to amend must go to the people, not Parliament, as per Article 256. So I'll still invite us, please, let's read keenly 255, 256, and 257. We can also come up with a popular initiative to amend those articles to tighten the controls on how the Constitution is being implemented. I don't know whether I've answered your question, Kowino.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Ayo.
Doctor, I had a question. In terms of the elephant in the room, in terms of, because in subsequent presidential candidates, we have had Moi, Kibaki, Uhuru. One question we have been seeing that, you know, Kibaki borrowed X amount of Kenya shillings. Who approves public debt in Kenya? Who manages it? What restrains a presidential candidate or a sitting president in terms of borrowing X amount of shillings from, let's say, the IMF?
Yeah, so I think honestly that goes to the bigger question of representation. For example, if we are borrowing, there ought to be a motion or a debate on the floor of the House, where now the representatives of the people can actually say, can question the borrowing. Treasury cannot willy-nilly just go and sign agreements there and say that, we have borrowed X amount of money on behalf of Kenyans. There ought to be presentation in Parliament on the people's representatives. The president himself must seek actually approval of Parliament, of the people's representative. That has not happened. So we have a presidency that just goes and borrows, and without even tabling the reason. Because the question then also becomes, honestly, so yes, we have borrowed, for example, the trillions that William Ruto has borrowed in the last 2 years. What is there to show for it? We can compare it, say, with Uhuru's presidency, where, yes, he also borrowed, even though it's a painful thing. I mean, we can talk of an expressway, 27 kilometers, which is still costing Kenyans a lot of money. We can see an SGR, some infrastructural projects emerging. But what is there to show for it? So there has to be parliamentary approval. And that's where the crux of the matter is. Do we have a parliament that is actually representative of the people? Today, as we speak, the Parliament of Kenya is actually an extension of the executive. It's a department of the executive. It's an appendage of the executive. And that's why William Ruto's first move, as soon as he was declared president and sworn in, he went and compromised members of the opposition, especially from Azimio. They crossed the floor so that he can have majority to be able to compromise some of his administrative and policy and legislative decisions. So it is Parliament that's actually failing us. I want to throw the question back to you guys. You must offer yourself for leadership. Otherwise, you will be what Bertolt Brecht describes as the political illiterates. We cannot be lamenting, complaining, sitting by the fence when we are being actually governed by the worst. Again, as I've said it in many platforms here, I want to remind you of the wisdom of Plato, who said that your refusal to participate in politics is that you'll be governed by your inferiors. We are being governed by our inferiors today. As intelligent as we are, conversing these issues on these spaces, we must, seek leadership in this country. Over to you, Afrocentric.
Daktari, I have a question, yeah? Another elephant in the room. Kenya Airports Authority. We're being informed that news coming in is that they are supposed to lease it. Is it to lease or to sell it? Either or. It belongs to Kenyans. Okay, it's like Kenyan Parliament. It's for the Kenyans. You cannot go and auction Kenya, the Kenya Parliament, right? So, at what masses are we in, or rather, at what point does the government feel fit to sell something that belongs to the public without the public consent? Something like Kenya Airports Authority. Yeah. Why do we get to that point whereby they have to now lease it or sell it to a foreign investor or foreign country? Is that legal? Is it something that the parliament has to approve of? The parliament system has to approve of, maybe? Probably under your guidance, you can help me demystify.
Okay, so first of all, that speaks to the bigger question of bad leadership, bad policy. KAA is a parastatal. It's owned by the people of Kenya. So it's a public good. For you even to consider privatizing it or selling it, you must go back to the people. And the way to go to the people is to go to the people through their elected representatives for approval. The president is supposed to speak to the people about some of the public decisions that he is making. He is not doing that. So we have a rogue leadership in place that thinks that Kenya belongs to them and the rest of us are just curious onlookers or spectators. That is the sad reality in our country today. So he cannot willy-nilly just wake up one early morning and say, I'm going to sell KAA or privatize some of our parastatals. We know it's deal making. We know it's corruption. We know people, they're striking these deals so that they can make some money on their part at the expense of Kenyans. So it is something we must resist. And that's why I am happy that the Gensis are out there occupying places, even if it means now saying occupy KAA, Kenya Airports Authority, occupy Parliament, occupy whatever. But over and above that, this kind of presidency really must go. And more specifically, Ruto must go because he is actually selling our country. Today, you may not know that the so-called May trip to Washington, D.C. was about to procure the United States of America globalists, some of them, to dualize our road from Nairobi to Mombasa at the expense of Kenyans. So there's nothing reciprocal to us Kenyans as such. So it's business making. And that's why we must continue occupying the streets, occupying all the public spaces. We must resist this because a public asset is a common good, is wealth to the nation. It cannot just be decided by one individual calling themselves the president or even some director or whatever the case may be. It must come to the people for their approval.
Okay, thank you for that. So, from the look of things and from how the president has been behaving or how he's been moving, clearly it's safer to say that he's just a narcissist, right? And he literally has no feelings. And we've seen how brutality by the police has been inflicted on, the citizens during the mandamanos, during the picketing, and it's clear, we can easily also say that he lacks empathy, and him him not having the ability to appeal to the masses and probably talk to the masses in a better way, and probably keeping his promises. And now he played with our minds by firing all the cabinet secretaries, and a few days later he recycles them and reappoints them. Do you think that is not abuse of power? And how can you probably guide us when it comes to ensuring that all these reappointed CSs, or rather public servants, what can we do to make them go away? Because we want them to go home. We did not ask him to fire and rehire. We asked him to clean the cabinet, send the MPs back home, and we want a fresh election. So how can we go back to get a fresh election? And right now they're saying that I saw an update that IBC claims to not have the budgets were slashed, so probably going for an election is gonna be crazy. But at the end of the day, we pay taxes, and our taxes need to work for us. Do you think there's a probability of that happening, the MPs getting recalled, probably all the cabinet secretaries getting recalled, and probably us going for a fresh election? Sorry, I elongated that question, but probably my question is towards the end, and you can also help me demystify a few issues that I said in the middle.
So, for example, okay, I think, first of all, I mean, you've raised a couple of issues in that question. One, let's study, for example, a small country like Switzerland. In Switzerland, they don't even know. I mean, I've got very good friends in Switzerland. We visit each other regularly. And sometimes I pose the question to them because I try to follow even international politics. I ask them, who is your president, by the way? Most Swiss nationals may not even tell you who their president is. They have got a 7-member cabinet, and the presidency rotates annually. So they say, I mean, we don't care about the president. We care about what the canton, like the local authority, maybe equivalent of our ward. We care about what those wards and the canton gives us. So the question for me is that we need to create a culture where we, the citizen, can actually have a say on anything that we are unhappy with. In Switzerland, they have a referendum on almost everything. So we need to create in our governance structure a situation where Kenyans are able to actually vote even electronically. When they speak about the cost of elections, again, we proposed this in the Punguza Mizigo Constitutional Amendment Bill in 2019, where we're saying, and our proposal was simple. If we can actually have a transaction on M-Pesa of about 25 billion, I think daily, if I'm not wrong, I mean, people in the statistics can correct me. We trust sending money to somebody, perhaps somebody you don't even know, strangers, when you're paying bills. What is so magical about just voting every 5 years from my phone, the comfort of my phone? So the truth for the matter is that the presidency we have today is actually a failed presidency. But it's an awakening call for all of us. And the fact that, we have allowed this country to be defined in terms of Ruto, Raila, Sujii Nini, and those other people, actually that's why we are losing the plot. So I still feel that we may need to rethink about our constitution, our laws, in such a way that the people should be able to actually make a decision instantly. We don't have a parliament because of the quality of people that we send there. And because many of us actually sit back and say, we don't want to participate in politics. And that's why we go wrong. And I always like giving my own example. When I offered myself for the position of president of Kenya, or some of the biggest critics were my good friends. And they're telling me, hey, Kurubana, you to Rus, Turkanas, you're so few. I mean, do you have the money? And I think that's the whole ambit of where we are going around our country. we are not rational when it comes to making political decisions, because it is those political decisions that actually have made us be in the state we are in now. I don't know whether Ayo have addressed your question.
Yes, you've addressed my question. And probably, finally, let me just ask the final question before we get questions from the other speakers.
Although I would also love to hear what other speakers think, so that it's not just a monologue between us.
Yes, it's okay. I just want to ask one final question, then I open it to the floor. Yeah? Right now, the main bone of contention, the main meat on the table, the main meal on the table is matters IEBC. It hasn't been reconstituted yet, right? And as we speak, and I'll tie this question to the issue of the identity cards. Right now, we don't have the IBC reconstituted yet, and if we were to go for a fresh elections, what does that mean for the country? We have to get the IBC reconstituted. We have to get a budget, and it has to be approved. And how independent? Because I know. I'm very sure, because I mean, we are Kenyans and Kenya is our business. I'm very sure that Ruto will ensure that whoever is going to be the chairman, whoever is going to be admitted into the IBC commissioners, is someone that is going to speak his language. I'm very sure. We are Kenyans and we know how these things work. So, how are we going to ensure the independence of that electoral boundaries commission? How, as Kenyans, how are we going to verify that this is going to be independent? And what role can Kenyans also play to ensure that whoever is whoever commissioners and the chairman of the IBC is going to be appointed there is going to be very liberal, is going to be very transparent, and is going to serve the interests of the country and not of a few individuals who want to benefit themselves in the name of being a president or whatever that is. Probably that's my last question.
Okay, so Ayo, first of all, I think as citizens of this great nation, we must always remain vigilant and ensure that we express our displeasure at the manner in which we are being governed. We must speak. The leadership must know that we are not happy with certain things. But over and above that, we must now have some introspection in ourselves. Who are we actually giving these obligation or duties to govern us? So the question is that we must now begin to deconstruct occupiers of those offices, the people we have given those offices. If they fail, if they don't live up to what we want, as Chapter 6 of the Constitution of Kenya speaks to, that the people occupying a public office must bring respect, must not demean the people, in that language in the Constitution. So it is also
Yeah, doctor, we have lost you. We have lost you. Can you guys hear him?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Am I on?
Yes, you're back. Talk to us.
Yes. I know there are a lot of interference on these spaces, but I don't know. Anyway, so what I was saying is that there is a double-edged sword, double effect, if I may use that phrase, that we the people also must be able to say, who are we putting in this public office? So we need to begin to deconstruct those individuals. Let me go to the question of IEBC. The Supreme Court of Kenya made a decision to say that to establish what is called the principle of necessity. So it is not true to say that IEBC is not properly constituted today as we speak. It's a constitutional body today being headed by the CEO. On the principle of necessity, which was affirmed by the Supreme Court of Kenya, nothing stops the secretariat, because after all, think about it, guys, commissioners do not register voters. It is the secretariat that does that work. Commissioners do not count votes. Chebukati or the chairman of IBC only just announces the results as a, from the work of the secretariat. So on the principle of necessity, which is already established by the highest law in the land, we actually have an IEBC. Of course, the mischief in delaying to appoint the commissioners is so that the political class can actually control that institution. And I don't know if you remember the wisdom of Joseph Stalin way back, I think 1912, when he said that those who cast the vote decide nothing, but those who count the vote decide everything. And that's why we must be vigilant on who becomes a commissioner in IBC or becomes secretary. Because today, nothing stops us from presenting signatures to Marjan, the CEO, to say, here we have 1 million signatures, we are recalling MPX, YZ. You know, please do the needful. And we can back it with the legal authority from the Supreme Court. Go ahead. Our country cannot be held in abeyance just because somebody somewhere is refusing to appoint commissioners. Why will it take over 2 years just to recruit commissioners? I was the chairman of the first IBC selection panel. We did our interviews. We put an advert on all the dailies. We did our interviews in the open. It was covered, and we came up with a formula on how to elect those commissioners. So there's no rocket science really. In other countries in the world, actually, people who participate in elections are ad hoc. They almost like do the jury kind of system. You are just appointed today, you count the votes. We are making election in Kenya look like it's a matter of life and death. It shouldn't go that route. And that's why I think the people's vigilance is very, very important. On the IDs, I don't know whether you guys have now noticed. I just got our daughter an ID the other day. You can't believe now an ID in Kenya has an expiry date. It makes no sense. Article 12 of the Constitution of Kenya speaks about national documents that each Kenyan is entitled, including passport and ID. Why should those documents have an expiry date? Because the government is controlling them, because the government is making money out of it. So the last question you entered to was on the question of appointments. Now, if you look at the constitution of the selection panel today, under the proposed IBC Amendment Act, of the 9 selection panels, 5 are from political parties. For me, that's a big mistake because it's like football players selecting a referee that they want. And then, of course, the 4 others are from others. So the way we are being manipulated in this country is such that the appointing authority plants people they can control. And many times, they don't pick the best. They pick the worst. I'll give you an example. Nothing personal on this guy. The former chairman of IBC, Chebukati, was actually, I think, number second last in the interviews. But they picked him so that they can control him. And that's exactly what's happening to all our institutions. You know,
Dr. I think we lost you. His mic is on mute.
Wow. Hello. Am I back?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, it's funny. I don't know why they keep on switching on my mic. Anyway, so I was saying the way they also control our institutions in this country is that they pick the worst. I was giving an example, for example, of Chebukati, where he was actually bottom last. I think not bottom, but I think number second last or number third from the bottom. But they picked him so that they can control him. And so the only institution so far you can actually say they give us a glimpse of hope in the country is Gadangu, the Auditor General, Nyakango, Controller of Budget, because they are speaking to the bad things that are happening in our governance. I don't know whether I've sufficiently answered your question, Ayo. I want to pass the mic to other people.
Yes, you have. Probably we'll start with James Muli. If you have a question to Daktari.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. To keep the space more interactive, I think kuna watu pia in the listeners that have burning questions to Daktari, and Afrocentric can choose. You can comment your questions on the comment section, then Afrocentric will choose a question that he can pose to Dr. Is that okay with you, Dr.?
Okay, I'm fine, but I really want to also hear views from other people. I hope it's not. I don't
So
want to
probably
monopolize the conversation.
probably I'll give the speakers I think 2 minutes each to ask their questions, and then at least we get a few questions, then you answer them in a batch, so that we get more speakers, if that's okay with you.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay,
I think,
I'll stay on.
All
I
right.
think let's open, Doctor. If you have time, we can open again the platform. The reason when we get speakers like you who are experts in, let's say, a field of, let's say, constitutionalism, we try to concentrate, and because we're having these spaces and we have so many questions, because information is power, and the more you inform us, the more we know how to move, and that's why having an informed protester on the streets is more powerful than no Raila, no peace protester. But now it's a different generation. So if you have time with us, we can open up the microphone and we move on with our conversation. And those who have questions to ask you, they can always throw them at you. Are you comfortable with that, Dr.
Okay, I'm fine. Let me stay on. These conversations are very important.
Perfect. Let's move on to the next speaker.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, depending on where you're streaming live. My name is James Mulamba, a youth leader from Kitui County. Well, I've been pushing the demonstrations, and I've been present in all of them from the first till last Tuesday. And as you have all noticed, the revolutionary fire has kind of dwindled. I think some Kenyans feel pacified, they feel appeased by the conciliatory efforts that President Ruto tried to pull. And by now, we already understand it was a game. The dissolution of cabinet was a game. And anyone who cannot see that, I don't know how else I can explain that to him. We've been pushing against Ruto for years. Personally, I've been pushing against Ruto for close to 10 years. I don't know how long Dr. Aukot has been pushing against Ruto and Uhuru. But personally, I've been pushing against Ruto personally for more than 10 years, both on Facebook and on Twitter. And I remember back then when we were pushing against Ruto and Uhuru, especially Ruto, Kenyans who are not awakened by then were against such dissenting voices. They were solely behind these people. And I remember at one time, I was reminded vividly that this is the culture of Kenyan politics. You either accept it or decide to quit politics. That politics in Kenya has to be about corruption, tokenism, tribalism, and that is the norm. And to some extent, nepotism. By now, you must have information on how some of these MPs and the cabinet secretaries have appointed their family members into these positions. For example, you know about Aden and his appointments. You know about his second name. I don't want to mention the second name. You know about Kimani, that MP for Kikuyu, and his appointments. And the list goes on. Hizo ndizo zenye ziko public. So we have a system that has been rotten for a very long time. And there's one thing people don't seem to understand. That when we started these protests, they are a culmination of work that has been plowed for years. This is the harvest of years of speaking against the government by those who never relented, like myself. When this protest came to the limelight, it appeared as if the main goal was rejecting the finance bill. But deep down, we had two factions. One group that was comfortable with government reforms, and another group, which I'm part of, that was not comfortable with the reforms at all. We already knew we had a bad president. We already knew how screwed we are, and we wanted him out. And that is the faction now that is prominently being featured now, that is pushing for Ruto must go. And I'm glad that those that wanted government reforms have opened their eyes and they have realized that There is no reform in this country instituted by the problem, because President Ruto is the problem that is going to solve the problems we have. Because to be honest, Ruto represents corruption. He represents tribalism. He represents patronage politics, clientelism. That is what he stands for, because he's a mentee of former President Daniel Moi, and he's also a mentee of Raila Odinga. And he has, in all his wisdom, he has decided to acquire the bad traits. He is in favor of the old style of politics, even though he knows there was a different way, a new way to do politics in Kenya. If he was virtuous and if he was leader enough, he would have chosen the high road, the narrow road that pushes for better politics and reforms in how we conduct politics in Kenya. But he chose to still pursue politics in the old style. So he is in on it, and he is the problem. If anyone cannot see that by now, then we should push that message to them to see it. We should push our parents. We should push our brothers. We should push those that are older than us and the generation that is coming after us to realize that politics can be done differently. It can be corrupt-free. We can have a tribeless Kenya, and that we can have a Kenya that does not value tokenism. Siasa za kupewa 50 bob, 100 bob, and government jobs to those that supported you. That we can have a government almost similar to an American system. I remember when Obama formed government in 2008, he actually went against the grain and chose those that did not campaign for him and those that were of the Republican side to government. They formed his cabinet and they formed the team of experts, either as economic advisors or as political advisors, because he wanted a variety of the American people in offices so that he does not have people who pay lip service to him. He does not have people he controls that tell him exactly what he wants to hear. So that he got an almost uniform representation of America into power, so that they would correct him and advise him appropriately on what is right. Anyway, I have two questions to Dr. Ekuru Aukot. By the way, I'm a big fan, and I actually remember almost breaking into tears when Akina Raila Odinga and Uhuru trashed a noble bill, the Punguza Mizigo, just because they wanted to push a BBI bill. I mean, it was all political. I wish we had that bill sail through. There's one thing Kenyans don't seem to see and are not voicing it out there, that the problem we have now can be solved through parliament, and that we have a compromised parliament. And if these opposition MPs, Akina Babu Owino, and the rest of MPs and the senators, Akina Sifuna, Akina Kajwang, are for Kenyans, why is it that they have taken so much time to push for removal of the president on grounds of incapacitation or through a motion of impeachment? Why have they taken so long? Does it confirm to us that they are remote controlled by Raila Odinga and that it has to be his will over the Kenyans' will? I mean, I found it funny that now that Kenyans are pushing for the unseating of Ruto, the opposition leader, well, let me call him the former opposition leader, who is also the former prime minister, is uncomfortable with that. I mean, which opponent would be uncomfortable with the unseating of their political nemesis? It doesn't make sense that Raila Odinga is comfortable with Ruto holding power unless he is dining from the table of government. There must be positions, there must be tenders, there must be monies allocated to him that have appeased and conciliated him to the point that he doesn't want Ruto out of power. I mean, if we go by the current situation, all Gen Zs are not qualified by law, by matters of age, in regards to age, to run for president. And if we were to have a better president in this country, probably by now Kenyans are looking into the vocal Gen Zs. So it goes without saying that Raila Odinga would have a higher stake of being elected today if he applied if he continued applying pressure on government, and if Ruto goes today, we may front Okiya Omtata, we may front Dr. Ekuru Aukot, with all respect, but we understand that Raila controls a good following. And I would not want him to be president now after I've realized that he's a traitor and a conman. But then he stands to gain if Ruto goes today. But then he does not want Ruto gone. Because of what? What is he eating from this government? He has sold us, and I'm appealing to all Kenyans to unsubscribe from the Raila shadow. That guy is a sellout. He has time without number failed us. We need to move on from him. I mean, we've moved on from excess before. We can move on from Raila Odinga. So my question is, can we influence? Is it possible to influence a law that calls for that? Puts it out there that cabinet secretaries should not be politicians or politically affiliated.
James,
That,
Ukiland. Hey, my co-host, why are we letting someone talk for 10 hours? But continue, Ukiland.
so my first question is, can we have a law? Is there a way to push for a law that requires or points out that cabinet secretaries cannot be political candidates or politically affiliated? Secondly, is the parliament's majority challengeable? Because we remember that the opposition had more MPs than the Kenya Kwanza government, but the government bought the independent MPs and some of the opposition MPs. Is that constitutional? Can we challenge that? Because if we were to challenge the majority numbers that UDA and Kenya Kwanza claims to have, we can win back parliament. And it is through parliament that we can remove the president on Article 144 and Article 145. I think I would yield the floor to other speakers.
Thank you. You've taken the mic for 15 minutes, my guy.
Thank you.
3 minutes.
Let me handle it. I want the doctor to experience what a forum like this is. So, doctor, I hope you are jotting down the questions as we move quickly, as we iterate through the speakers. Speakers, Kowino Nishike, time your 2 minutes.
I'm noting the questions.
Kowino Nishike, timeline, 2 minutes. Guys, 2 minutes for all speakers. We have over 100 requests. So I'm going to iterate quickly through the speaker panel. So we can hear everyone air their opinions and their views. So Masharia, mic is yours. Twende kazi.
Yeah, so thank you Afro. Yeah, so nataka kukubaliana na kila kitu the former speakers amesema, but only one thing nataka kukataa. So there's nothing good about the mornings, the afternoons, the evenings, as long as you are Kenyan, because your systems are run by hypocrites and mediocre people, you know. So there's nothing good about being associated with mediocre and hypocritical systems. Yeah, so one thing I want to remind everyone is, as we are continuing with the fight, there's something about our leaders. There's no true African leader, because if you look at the leaders we have these days, they are all controlled by some Western power. I want you guys to check. There's no leader who has come out to support the three, West African countries that are now, revolting against their colonizers. The likes of Burkina Faso, Mali. Akina Captain Ibrahim Traore. No true African leaders have come out to support. So yeah, we need to, as we are going on with our movement, we have to remember there is no foreigner who is our friend. We should not allow any foreigner to call themselves a friend of Kenya as of now, because they have not been standing with us during our tough times, during fighting the US. Our president is recognizing their attempted assassination of Trump, who has not even recognized Kenya is having tough political times. So I don't get why we always seek recognition from our oppressors. It's kind of cliche. So that should end. So yeah, the second thing I wanted to say is we wanted to solve that thing of accountability for our leaders, where our leaders. Let me finish on this. Our leaders, they are not accountable. So there's this thing that is being pushed. It's called Mkura. It's like a digital baraza where every citizen can, can make a vote on the projects they want to be undertaken in their wards, constituencies, their counties. So yeah, it's like always involving the mwananchi in every decision, because power belongs to the people and should always belong to the people, because the people are the government. Yeah, so as I finish, civic education is the most important thing, because everything you learn today is not what you learn tomorrow. Tomorrow is a new experience. So as you get new information, try to pass that on new information you're getting, which is factual information that is real, that is accredited for. Try to pass on information to those who cannot get that information as you are getting it in the simplest way. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you so much. Otumba, are you there? Guys, hashtag is Ruto must go. Please retweet the space, retweet the pinned tweet on the Jumbotron. That is the location where we'll all be meeting on Tuesday. Different roads occupy: Jogo Road, Thika Road, Mombasa Road, Ngong Road. All the locations are there. The points will be choking. Higher. Otumba, are you there?
Yeah, thanks. I hope I'm audible enough. So, I've been analyzing what the decisions the president have been making, and I only come up with two conclusions. It's either the president is very sick in the head, or the president really doesn't care what the majority of Kenyans want. A casing point will be the appointment he made yesterday. He was saying that he made the appointment after doing a consultation, but if indeed he consulted the public records, you will see that the appointment of Chirchir was really unnecessary, because Chirchir is a real definition of incompetence. Tifa survey July last year highlighted Chirchir as one of the worst performing CS. Within Churchill's appointment, we have more than enough nationwide power outages. We've had the most embarrassing petroleum scandal under his watch, and still is being reappointed into now a different capacity. If you check on the education docket, the person he appointed yesterday has been a lawyer throughout his entire life, and currently is also the chair of Kenjan, I believe. So if this guy is really competent enough and must really hold a CS docket, why can't he be given? Why couldn't he be given Attorney General then? Because he has been a lawyer his entire life. Or the docket of energy, because currently is the chair of Kenjan. So why must he be given a docket? He has no idea what is happening in education. So and I think this shows clearly that our president is serving the interests of his fellow criminals, but not the interests of Kenyans. He's saying that you Kenyans be damned. So and also, I think Ruto dismissed the CSS, but he knew very well those who will be back regardless of your demands. Because if you remember, immediately he dismissed the cabinet. There's a group of people who started retweeting, kind of demanding and sending the same message request that Duale and Kindiki be reappointed. I believe these people were sent by the government to come and do that kind of request. And then, okay, my last point, just to wind up, I've seen so many people trying to ask the agency to come up with leaders, because they're saying being leaderless doesn't help. But of course, we'll need to have leaders, but I don't think it's the right time for us to have leaders. We don't need to have a leader to sit down with Ruto for him to fight corruption within his government and for him to find justice for those extrajudicial killings. So I really think there's still a lot that needs to be done before we sit down with Ruto to have a conversation with him. And lastly, even as we try to figure out our next move and the best strategy to take, I think we also need to change our strategies. I believe I don't know whether it's possible, but
Boss,
I
land,
believe
land,
filling
land,
up.
land.
Wind up,
Tafadhali.
bwana.
Time imeisha.
Yeah, I believe filling J here will be a very good move for us because we have several international flights coming into JKIA, and if we fill out that place so that no international flight can come in or out of JKIA, then this can be an international embarrassment to our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Otumba. Guys, let's respect the time. 2 minutes. When the alarm goes off, please begin winding up. Don't add 2 more points, guys. We have a hot speaker speaker list. I need to iterate through it. James Muriuki, mic is yours. Karibu.
Thanks. Am I audible?
Very. Go ahead.
Yeah. So mine is a concern and like an idea that I want to float to everyone. Well, we are making a lot of reference to revolutions that have ever happened, but what I'm not seeing us do is think how can ours be better and more efficient. I have noticed from even the first demo when we were breaching parliament that it would have taken a way shorter time if we were more coordinated. So I've been assuming Kenya is very disorganized and should be running like a proper company. And I think the organization, the movement also would achieve more that way. For example, the first time there were so many people on the street because the civic education was unidirectional. Every single platform, every single space, every single person was talking about one thing. That is what we've lost so far. So this is my challenge, is my sort of suggestion, especially to the hosts of this space. Why, if all you guys want the best for Kenya, why can't all the hosts have one sitting? This is not for the purposes of leadership, but it's for the purposes of coordination. So that all of you guys who are hosting spaces, all of you, iwe ni nani ama ni nani ama ni nani, all of you get on one space first. And then on this one space, we come up with a coordinated approach. We can even achieve so much. We are limiting ourselves. We can have a unified account even where people can mchanga, and we can invest in various ways of making sure the movement progresses. We can have medical camps going all around the country, which we will fund, which we will have employed the doctors right now who are very jobless. Like, we can do so many things because we are fighting a system. And this system is fighting back as hard as it can. So if we're not more organized and coordinated, trust you me, this will be difficult, it will take time, and we might not achieve what we want.
Thank you, James. Thank you, James. Powerful point. Yeah,
Afro.
I agree with you totally. Yes.
No, it's okay. Just go ahead. I wanted to tackle his questions, but it's okay. You can go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with him in terms of having one space. Definitely, but Twitter Spaces, hey, they've been here, and KOT or KOX is one of the most lethal cyber jungles respected worldwide. So, in fact, one thing Ruto has done, he has united Kenyans on the internet. So
true, but
some people, some influencers, maturity, some people are not yet putting it down, understanding that this is bigger than their petty beefs. For one, me and 6,000, we were very arch enemies. But when Ruto must go tukako marafiki, quick, fast. So yes, I see your vision that we need a one big space and we need to reach out to each other. But that thing of reaching out to each other is very difficult. But we are working towards going there. Right now, we are just working towards it. But powerful point. Hey, Weston, go ahead. Are you have something to say?
No, it's
Thanks.
okay.
Thank you,
You've addressed it.
Afrocentric. Thank you so much. I salute fellow compatriots and everyone else who is listening in this forum. As usual, I pay tribute to our fallen compatriots, comrades, and soldiers. Quick, when I spoke last year, I posed questions and I asked whether we are deploying the minimalist approach or we're going the revolution way. Because I see a lot of distractions. You know, at every other turn that the political elite makes a decision, behaves the way they have all along behaved, we get worked up. For instance, the first batch of cabinet ministers, what did we expect? What did we expect? This is power just consolidating, power fighting back. And as Michel Foucault says, power always elicits, evokes resistance because it tends to work to the detriment of those who are governed. He calls them subjects. So we will have to choose whether we want a minimalist approach where we think we can patch up this state called Kenya and move on. And that will mean we deploy the law, we invoke the constitution, we go to the courts and challenge the decisions that these people are making. Or we are convinced that this state is irredeemably rotten. It is being presided over by people who are incorrigibly ill-mannered, ill-disciplined, who have no aspirations of Kenyans at heart. And therefore, there is need urgent for total overhaul of the state as it is. We have to make a choice. So, Dr. Alcott, glad that you made some interventions. I take you back to your Punguza Mizigo initiative. How far did it go? Because you are, invoking the constitution, the provisions of the law on what to do to challenge the excesses of the political elite. Well, your initiative, popular as it was, populated by aspirations of the majority of Kenyans as it was trumped by the BBI thing, led by the political elite. Flawed as it was, oppressive as potentially it was, and they fought for its enactment all the way to the Supreme Court. So when you say we can have a popular initiative, we bypass parliament, we go through county assemblies and stuff like that, I'm not so sure. The powers that be will be waiting in the corridors of power, will be waiting in the corridors of the judiciary. They will, and they will definitely knock it out. They'll fight back viciously because definitely we will play into their hands. So we can remember CORD. They had some signatures. Yes, when they presented these signatures to the IEBC, you remember IEBC raising questions about the validity of some of those signatures. I don't know, some of them look like animals and stuff like that. Well, what is a prototype signature? If I draw an animal, I'm the one who drew it, that's my signature. Is there something like a prototype signature? But the IEBC knew what it was doing. It was pandering to the political elite, to the powers that be, which why our fixation on the reconstitution of the IEBC comes to me as a little bit strange. Because IEBC is an extension of the state, frankly speaking. It's an extension of the state. And where we are more than ever, William Ruto is invested in who is going to be party to the IEBC. More than ever, he is. Because history shows that if you want to prevail in power in Kenya, just have a handle on who is elected as the chair of the IEBC, who are the commissioner of the IEBC. So I'm afraid that approach will be a cul-de-sac. It will be a cul-de-sac going forward. In fact, it will be a contested terrain, just as it has been in the past. Where is the option? Our option is the protest we are having. And those protests are within the ambit of the law. It's not like anarchy, it's not like chaos, it's not like social anomie. The protests that we have been engaging in to date within the law, that is it. Because the protests in and of themselves indicate one thing, that the legal approach, resort to the rule of law, evocation of the constitution. Until now, those approaches are not working for the simple reason that the political elite is rogue. Is rogue. Which why it doesn't really matter who is appointed the Attorney General. That office is not really integral in the way the president conducts his business. For those who care to listen, to read, will understand that for 24 years, Moi never had a co-ethnic as the Attorney General. There was no Kalenjin Attorney General for 24 years that Moi was at the helm. Why? Because he knew he could have his way without necessarily having his co-ethnic, holding that very so-called influential position. Amos Wako was there, a very accomplished jurist. But what did he do? You remember the Wako draft. You remember the Wako draft and where it took us to. So Rebecca Miano, whoever it is, you cannot appoint anybody as the Attorney General. History shows that really, that office, really, whoever occupies it, usually does the bidding of the executive, of the president. You remember very well also the CJ position. None of the sitting Supreme Court judges applied to succeed Maraga. Did we notice that anomaly? In which country? In which country? Would there be shortlisted candidates to succeed an outgoing Chief Justice and none of the Supreme Court sitting judges is interested in the position? Why? Why was that? I mean, that was anomalous, really. What did it mean? It meant that the political elite had rigged the process. They had rigged the process. They were interested in capturing the judiciary. So let us not forget history, which has got very painful lessons for us, where we think if you have a professor of medicine in the Ministry of Health, or you have got a professor in the Ministry of Education, suddenly the problems in the education sector in Kenya will evaporate. They will not. We have had them in the past. Suddenly the problems in the Ministry of Health they will not. Because these people are working within an establishment that is not pro-people, that is not for transformation, that is not for meeting the popular aspirations of the people of Kenya. So the papers there don't really count. They don't count. Moi used to have very accomplished people. They would just do his bidding. They were just as sycophantic as those people who didn't have papers. Why is Professor Kithure Kindiki behaving the way he's doing? And he's a professor of law. Why? Why is he behaving the way he's doing? Is there an explanation? Yes, there is. There is always method to this madness. And what is the method? Once you are co-opted into that system, then you let go of your brain. You let go of your independence of mind. You just do what you are supposed to do. So that is the system that we are ranged against. We're not ranged against personalities like William Ruto, who is appointed to the cabinet, who becomes part of the IEBC and whatever. No, we are not. We're ranged against an intractable system that has been there for decades, that is buttressed locally and as well as internationally, that is oppressive, vicious towards the people of Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow compatriots, and it's a mammoth task. It's not easy. So we can go the minimalist way. We tried before, but the status quo will remain. The extant political, social, economic architecture, edifice will remain in place. When the police say, no, you can't have a protest, what law are they invoking? And then when you go to the courts, there's a judge who says, well, we have lifted a ban. Which ban did you lift? Whereas Kenyans have got this inalienable right to demonstrate, to protest, to express their grievances on the streets. When the judge says the police should not use lethal force, what a bizarre judgment. The police are not supposed to kill protesters in the first place. So the courts should be waiting for these police officers who are engaged in extrajudicial and summary executions and just prosecute them. There's no need for a judgment to the effect that the police should not use lethal force. No, they shouldn't, because there's no provision in the law that allows them to. And those who do are breaching the law and must be held to account. So I think we need clarity of thought, and I'm glad we're getting there slowly. Focus. What is the ball? What is the main target? What is the problem? I think we're getting there, but we should not allow the political elite to distract us. Raila Odinga, William Ruto, those people have behaved like that for decades. They are not going to change today. They will not change tomorrow. And if we care about the Kenya of tomorrow and generation to come, then these people really have seen better days. These people are part of history. As somebody puts it, they're yesterday's men and women. And that's why we want to build Kenya, reconstitute Kenya that has no room for those kind of behaviors. Very backward, very anti-people, very anti-life, poverty-inducing kind of behavior by the political elite. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Weston. Thank you, Weston. Doctor, you want to answer something? Go through, or you still want to listen? We go ahead with listening to speakers. Dr. Aukot. I think you can't hear me. Mogo, go ahead. Mic is yours. Mogo. Ayo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. There he is.
Oh, yeah. Mogo, you're making me doubt my reality.
Okay, thank you very much, Afrocentric, Ayo, and Pineapple for giving me this opportunity. Anyway, let me say this. Good morning, fellow Kenyans. Good morning, fellow anarchists. Good morning, fellow criminals. You have all the names, but these names are not bigger than what we are seeing in Bangladesh today. I think if you want to ask about the accountability and good governance, then somebody want to relate Kenya with Bangladesh. I think that one is a very stupid narrative that we should get off our mind. If we say Ruto must go, does not mean that we are drunk. The other day I saw judges say that some people were drunk in Nairobi CBD and they were now causing mayhems and other things. Like, which country are we running? I want to go past that. Let me have my questions. My questions goes direct to Dr. Ekuro Okot. I've heard him talking about the UDA side having less number of MPs and then buying some from the Azimio side, taking them over, crossing over to the House. If you can expound and give us more bits of how this one could affect this parliament and what was it supposed to be done? How was it supposed to be done? Should the UDA sit at the majority side or the Azimio? And if these other MPs, no, nowadays we call them MPs, if they cross to the other side, does it really affect their affiliation, their political affiliation? And should they be given a vote of no confidence? And can their parties recall them so that, because I think when you are elected by a given political party or an affiliation, it means that the desire you're going to champion the desire of the party, of which parties have all their memorandums and all of their policies. And if you cross over, does it mean that you're now partyless? And if that's happened, can we recall these MPs and then we see where we can base our fight? That's number one. Number two, there's this. Just give me a minute, please. There's this second one. I have it in mind. Like, after we were done away with finance bill, that finance bill 2024. Now the government came with another thing. I don't know what appropriation bill. How does it go? How does it go according to the law? How are things going to be run in that another appropriation bill that is going to run this country for for another one financial year? And lastly, if somebody is found unworthy to be an office holder like CSS and PSS, where does we champion our things? Can we go by the law? Because we will go to the road. I think as much as we are going to the road, there must something at the court to stop all these people, because we can't be on the road losing our lives, and then tomorrow you see somebody's shouting at Simba is back. Are we being in the hands of those people who want to look like they want to be like semi-gods in this country? How can you be given just a nomination from the State House and then you're celebrating Simba is back? Some people holding political rallies. These are the nonsense we don't want to see. We want to see people working for the Kenyans. And what I want to ask Dr. Can you give us a leeway? Can we stop, as much as we are going to the roads on Tuesday to say no, to reject all the things that Mr. Ruto did yesterday? Can we also have a law pursuit? And pale kwa law pursuit kitulifanya pale kwa parliament, we do the same to the to the courts. If they don't do what we want, then we occupy, and then we overturn everything. I think that's my submission. Thank you very much for giving me this chance, Afrocentric and Yo.
Thank you, guys. The tweet on the jumbotron on the nest, right above this space, guys, is the one we are retweeting. We're trying to get word out. We have listened, we have talked this week, and we said, guys, we need a consolidating plan on where to meet on Thika Road, Mombasa Road, Jogoo Road, Ngong Road, Southern Bypass. The meeting points, which we call the choke points, where depending on whether you live on South C, South B, Donholm, Buruburu, you can see what road and what rallying point you are close to. Guys, the best thing you can do, the online activism you can do right now, is share that information. The days of occupy everywhere are gone. We are now getting more consolidated, more strategic, and more decisive, as we are dealing here with a maniac, a tyrant who is just playing games with our future. Ruto must go. That's the clarion call on this space and the four corners of Kenya. Anyway, next speaker, I'd like to give it to Better Living Standards. Your name is everything. Karibu kwenye space. Better Living Standards. What do we want for our country? Mike ni yako. Unasikia?
Okay, thank you, Afrocentric, and the rest of the fellow Kenyans who are listening to me. It's a pleasure to have been part of this conversation for a while. And actually, most of the comments were just what were also part of my faculty of mind. But one thing I need to also make as a point is that the regime is also a bit more tactical with us. And you have seen the number of, counter narrative they're trying to sponsor in the social media sites. Guys, you have seen also, even in our protests, and there are havocs within which this rotten regime of William Ruto are creating amidst us in order that it might appear to be chaotic. But again, I will also expect in such kind of a forum, we don't also forget discussing and pinpointing areas that are also very much important into making sure that our protests are sustainable. Because much as we can discuss legal issues, constitutional matters, bringing minds like Dr. Ikuru Okot and the likes, the most important thing is power belongs to us, doesn't need any legal intervention or legal understanding, so to speak. All that we need to know is that we need to keep on focused. The things we are discussing today is a century, have more than close to a century old business, guys. It's not something new. It's something our forefathers have lived with, though have been silent and passive about it. It's something we are witnessing, generation after the other. Can you imagine? It's as simple as calculating the matrix. 1997, somebody became an Eldoret MP, and today is the president of Kenya. So time is not with my side, I can see. But the best thing is, number one, how can we, in our sites like this, make sure that the voices we are putting across are voices that are of the face of Kenya? For instance, we make sure that by the time Afrocentric is, sharing the site, he includes ideas from all over the country, so that much as we have our haphazard points, we also can say, for example, they are talking about leadership, they are talking about, political parties and stuff like that. For us, we can still remain anonymous, but again, we can talk about, for example, the 47 counties representative, social media representatives who have got, ideas, so that now jointly, because this thing does not also need to narrow down to Ruto must go business, which is of course the head of it, but we also need to also making sure that it is a national-wide issue, so that the pressure that mounts from counties can also be, witnessed at national level, because counties are also of issue today. I myself, I come from northern Kenya, and this is one part of the country that's extremely left out. Actually, people don't understand anything to do with, rights, governance, and those things. Thank you very much, guys, and I really appreciate the work we are doing, Afrocentric, and the co-host. Kudos, Jameni. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Better Living Standards. Eric, Mike Niako, karibu kwenye space. Guys, Ruto must go is the hashtag. Eric, unasikia? Eric, going once.
Wamesema point yangu.
Sema basi Ruto must go basi kama.
That Ruto must go.
Yes. Very good. Very good. Dr. Doi.
Eric, hukuwa na backup plan?
Backup plan iko, lakini sasa zote mbili zimesemwa na the previous two speakers. But kama kuna kitu moja yenye nashangaa ni how as in watu wenye bado wanapewa politician platform. As in hiyo ndio kitu sielewi kabisa. Sijui niko nchi ingine. Sielewi kabisa. Sielewi why these people still get platforms. Wanaweza kuja na magari na watuongeleshe. Wanatuongelesha nini? Na tunasikia nini? Na hata mbona tunasikia? This thing is so messed up. Tuendelee hivyo hivyo. Ruto must go. Hiyo ni backup plan.
Thank you. And that's why Dr. has been saying, come 2027, youth, millennials, you have to include yourself with the political processes of your country. Run for MCA, run for MPs, run for senators, man. Please run for public office. Some of you are very qualified. Did you not see some could not even read being sworn in? Some class 6 dropouts. You guys have better ideas. The future of Kenya belongs to you. You're the ideas of today. I'm encouraging everyone hearing my voice. Please run for office if that's your calling. If you feel leadership is in you and that's your calling, please run. We will support you. Tutakuja hapa kwa space na kupiga sauti. Manze, because sometimes you can't teach a old dog new tricks. If they can't see it, they can't see it. Wanacheza tu game hapo. They're changing the forest, lakini nyani ni wale. Mike to Danny. Good morning. Welcome to the space, Danny.
Good morning, Afro. Please pass me for 3 minutes. There's something I'm doing. Then I'll come back to talk.
Understood. Babu, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thanks, host. Thanks for the privilege to speak. I want to speak about two things. One is there's a speaker, I think James Morioki. I've even DM'd him, and I think he has responded. He spoke very well about the need for us to rally. This is something that I have been calling for. I have some ideas. He spoke about let the space hosts come together, blah blah. Actually, we only need one space host. So there's some ideas, Afrocentric, that I have. I've DM'd you. Everybody tells me the people who speak, I DM them, and they tell me this is a great idea. I've even documented it, a structure that can help rally people in a more organized way without looking like you're taking over leadership or anything like that. So please, Afrocentric, we can chat behind the tent. If you like the idea, well and good. If you don't, of course, we'll live to fight another day. Secondly, I can't wait for the day when the legal experts will, rally together and push, I don't know, whichever competent court on the idea that I think we have an odious debt. I think some countries have done it. The AG, Auditor General, said that 1.4 trillion Kenya shillings that have been borrowed were borrowed without the consent of the Attorney General, for example. And she also said that she cannot account for 1.2 trillion that has been spent. So even as we andamana, there are peripheral things that are just as important. And, I would be curious to hear from the legal experts if there is a case for an odious debt, what can you do about it? What support from Kenyans do you need? But important, Afrocentric. I've sent you a note. Let's chat. I'm serious about it. I've been advocating it for 2 weeks. I'm not making any headway. Everybody says this is great, but I just need somebody who has a megaphone or a space host for these ideas to be executed. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Babu. I'll engage you in the back channel once the space is done. I'll go through them. But I am for unity. I'm for unity. We can't be preaching unity on spaces. I mean, on the ground, and then on spaces on X, we are not united. That's hypocrisy of the highest order.
Yeah, it's all about unity. I'm with you.
Yeah. So I'm ready to put my mouth, my mind where my mouth is, and unite with everyone else. But there'll be a lot of crushing of egos. But Kenya is bigger than any of us. Giving the microphone to Vincent. Are you there, Vincent? Vincent going once. Vincent. Aya. Shikuku.
Thank you, host. Now, mine is to say Ruto must go first of all, and then next I just want to give people some people who don't know a look at what revolutions have achieved in this country and what they have not achieved. Because if we go back to independence, the people who fought for independence were the great generation and the silent generation. They did their part. They fought. The boomers were too young by the time we were very young when independence came. And when independence came, the people who were on the forefront, the Mau Mau and the guys who are really against the colonialists, did not get it. It's the collaborators who took the trophy. Again, we started going, moving ahead, and then we realized, no, Kenyatta is not taking us in a good course. Some of the boomers rose up in the 70s. They were beaten down, thrown in detention, the Shikukus, the Odingas, they were thrown into detention. And then the momentum kept going. And by 1984, 85, then the movement started again. And by 1992, the fruits came. We achieved single section 2A was dispatched, was removed, and we achieved multi-party. Again, when multi-party came, the people who were fighting for multi-party were not the direct beneficiaries fully. The people who were on the sidelines watching are the ones who benefited. Kibaki is one of them. In fact, he came in once the cake had been cooked. He got what he got. He got into power. Again, this time round, when we started this movement, when we started this movement, we wanted these changes to be effected by the people who are there. So in short, what we have been fighting for, we have been fighting, telling these guys, we want to better governance, we want little corruption, we want this and this and this, but we were sitting back and giving them what we want them to do. They have proven they don't want to do what we want them to do. Now, what do? The only thing that is left for us is to get in. And how do we get in? When we start this chapter 2 of this demonstration, because right now I believe we have been re-energized, just a minute, we have been re-energized, is to go in forcefully, make the country ungovernable until elections are called. And when elections are called, it's us who will be on the forefront fighting to get in so that we effect the change that we want. Nobody is going to do this for us. It's going to be we ourselves who will do that change that we want to see. We cannot sit outside. These guys won't do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Pass the microphone to Billy Mijungu. Billy Mijungu. Billy, can you hear me? Billy going once. Billy.
Yes.
Yeah, Mike Niako.
Yes, you can hear me. Yeah. I don't want to say much. I think we concentrated on the leaders more than we concentrate on ourselves. What I can say is this: let us all learn to send our best to leadership positions. Let us learn to send our best. And when we send our best, let us not ask them for money. Because if I can tell you, everybody at the grassroots, whoever campaigned, regardless of whether they were good or they were bad, they were being asked money. Who asked them money? The same people who are revolting today. So let us recheck ourselves and let us learn to send our best to politics and in leadership areas. That is the way we are going to start to change this country. But if we can't keep going around and recycling ourselves and doing what we do without having a retrospect on who we are as Kenyans, because what we see is a reflection of who we are. Then when it comes to leadership positions, let us look at a person's track record in leadership. If it is stained even for a single day, forget that person. And there are so many people who are clamoring for better positions in 2027. Some of them are already tainted, and people are singing them to the highest. So are we not boxing ourselves into the same environment we were in 2022, 2017, and the like? So the problem is not even the leadership that we have. The problem must be just us. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. Elijah, are you there?
Afrocentric and Ayo.
Yes, Afro, I can hear you. Though I could hear the last speaker, but now I can't hear anything.
Elijah.
I don't know whether there's someone.
Elijah.
I don't know whether Daktari is speaking. Can I just mute and then I let Daktari speak?
Yeah,
I wanted to make a polite request, please, and my apologies to everyone.
All right, allow me kindly to continue because I can't hear you. Mine is going to be very quick.
Elijah. Doctor is speaking. Hold up. Doctor, go ahead. Doctor, you can hear me? I will check if he can hear you. Ayo. Kowino, I will check if he can hear you.
Daktari, is not here. Daktari, can you hear Afrocentric?
Now I can hear. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
So I wanted to make a polite request, please, and my apologies to the rest of the speakers and listeners, because I've got a meeting coming up at 11, and I really want to respond to one or two questions that was asked of me before I excuse myself from the space, if that's okay with you guys.
Yes, please go ahead.
So when I listened to James Mulamba, I hope he's still on the platform. I think he spoke about, he kind of hinted on Ruto's presidency and, of course, Raila association. I think one of the things that we must recall, political affiliations in Kenya is actually a business. It's a business of the same people. In fact, this is probably the only time you can say that there is actually honor among thieves. They collude, they change clothes. Same monkeys, they just change forest. But I want us to look at Ruto's presidency as a blessing in disguise. And why do I say that? I say that because what does it mean for Kenya? What does Ruto's presidency mean for Kenya? For me, it is an opportunity to transition to another generation of leaders. And I'm so happy that the Gen Zs are now actually coming up. And this, for me, is what I describe as succession planning in matters governance. Some people have to take over from a certain generation. And I think one of the things that maybe Ruto's presidency has done for this country is to end some of the fake dynastic claims or entitlement. But now we are looking at him and saying to him, you pretended that you're one of our own. We voted for you. You are now in the driving seat. Now we are exposing you. That for me is a political opportunity we must exploit. And that's why I'm so happy with these conversations with the Gen Zs, what they're doing. So I'll say, let's keep the fire burning. Now, there's a question that Mulamba also raised around the cabinet being of non-politicians. Actually, if you read the Committee of Experts' final report, we were absolutely clear in our proposal that cabinet members should be technocrats, not politicians. But that was violated by President Uhuru Kenyatta in his 10 years. Now it's being violated by President William Ruto. And I will not be surprised about President William Ruto because, after all, he really opposed the campaign for this new constitution. So he does not believe in the constitution. He does not believe in the rule of law. So the Committee of Experts was very clear. Pick cabinet secretaries, people with merit, people with knowledge, and it has to be outside the political space. But now we need to go a step further and say, why should politicians like, say, Kipchumba Murkomen, Kindiki Kiture, Aden Duale, and others who are elected accept cabinet positions? Because none of them believes in the rule of law, none of them believes in the constitution, and that's why we end up with the situation we are right now. So that it does not matter to me, or even if Ruto changes Kindiki Kiture from this position to that position, they are politicians. Their first loyalty card is political affiliation, not Kenya, not to serve the people of Kenya. And that's where we are going on. So that was very clear with the Committee of Experts. Non-politicians should be cabinet ministers, principal secretaries. Macharia spoke about civic education. I want us to change the lingua, the narrative. We should no longer be talking about civic education, but political education. People, we've been talking about this civic education for the longest time, but how politically educated are we about the kind of leadership that we have in the country, about the kind of people occupying our offices? That's where we should be talking about, because the question of accountability must come from our being politically educated. Then Otumba raised a question around Ruto about dialogue. The question I will pose back, do you actually want to sit down with President William Ruto without him accounting for the deaths of peaceful demonstrators, for the killings, for the abductions, for the disappearances? What are you going to sit about and talk about what? I think I like the conversation by the Gen Zs that we don't need to talk about sitting down. Just fulfill your political promises. If you are not able to fulfill them, ship out, get out, resign. Those provisions are there in the Constitution. He also hinted at the Punguza Mizigo Constitution Amendment Bill against BBI. Yes, it is true. We were fought. They even tried to kill my political party, and that's actually part of the reason why I was so angry with Raila. I could not even vote for him in 2022. But you will recall that we fought BBI up to the Supreme Court of Kenya and we defeated it. And the reason they brought down Punguza Mizigo, because we were going to change the political spectrum of this country. We are going to reduce the size of parliament. We are going to address on the question of salaries, corruption. If you are adversely mentioned in any corruption scandal, you will not stand for public office. We were abolishing nominations. We are abolishing the women rep position. We are bringing equality where one man, one woman will be elected from all the 47 counties, and we'll have a parliament of 100 people maximum. And we justified it. Again, please have a look at the document. I am more than happy to revise it and relaunch it, and we'll do it online, and people can have a look at it. So what Ruto did, and the other question, the second last question I want now to raise is that there is need for an effective opposition. Can parties recall the MPs who actually crossed the floor? Yes, you can. There is party disciplinary mechanism within any political party. In the constitution of any political party, you can do that. And but the game is, for you to be able to entrench yourself in the governance of the country, you compromise the other part. That's why, for example, today, whether you voted for Ruto or Raila, there is no difference because now they are working together, because for them, it's about their interest. And this actually reminds me of what America actually is. When you go into bed with America, they are not your friends. Ronald Reagan said, America has no friends. We only have interests. The same philosophy applies in the political organization of our country today. The current political crop does not really see Kenyans as friends, do not see Kenya as a country. Kenya is farmland, is shamba, ni kuvuna tu na kuvuna na kuiba. That's all they are seeing. A question was also raised around the finance bill vis-a-vis the appropriation bill. To be honest with you, it's very sad that William Ruto signed the Appropriation Act without a Finance Act. The Finance Act is normally a money collection, a revenue collection law. Then the expenditure of it is on the appropriation law. So, and you know, the lifespan of a Finance Act is 1 year. At the end, at the 30th of June every financial year, that law lapses. So today, we don't know how our money is being collected because there is no law. I know the courts have decided that you go back to the original law, but that law must have a life. The 23-24 Finance Act is a dead law. So we don't have a law. So when you sign an appropriation act, against which expenditure are you, against which collection of revenue are you expending our money? So that is the quagmire the presidency of William Ruto has put us. Then the last question for me is, I agree, Ruto must go. The question is, when must he go? Because 2027 for me is too far. Over to you briefly, and I will say for 5 minutes before I leave, please. You can excuse me.
Thank you. 2027 is too far. I share that sentiment, honestly. And that's why
Afrocentric, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Pineapple, can you hear me?
Daktari, we can hear you. Can you hear me, Daktari? This is Ayo speaking.
Yes, Oyo, I was just saying, let me stay for another 5 minutes, please, if there's any quick rejoinder, but I really want to beg your leave to leave.
Okay, it seems Afrocentric is talking to you, but you can't you can't hear him. So probably Afro, what do you say? The space is having issues because I also dropped as a co-host. So Afro?
Well, there's a lot of interference on these spaces because I think one of the things now we must recognize is that we no longer need physical political rallies. X spaces is giving us political rallies, so we can always canvass issues here, but they are trying to emasculate these spaces as well.
Daktari.
Yes, sir.
How are you, sir?
I'm very well, and you?
Nimuli, how are you?
Oh, Dan, how are you? Good to hear from you, Muli.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a question before we went there. I know you have pressing issues, and it's I don't know if you had you participated or you joined the X-Space on Citizen Assembly where the LSK and the Kenya Human Rights Commission held. Did you hear about that? Were you in that space?
No, I didn't participate in that space, but I'm aware of it. I think I saw it, but when I joined this space, I couldn't join two spaces at the same time.
Yeah, there was this guy from the Kenya Human Rights Commission, and he said something that has been bothering me since that time. He said that after 2017, 2018, the people who were killed by the police and their cases were taken to IPOA. Till to date, nobody has ever been prosecuted. The cases from 2023, Mandamanos, the people who were killed by the police, nobody has been prosecuted. So the question that I have that has been bothering me is, when you have these institutions who are supposed to be holding the police accountable for all the wrongdoings, for all the killings, the abductions, the torture, the holding incommunicado. When you have all these institutions that are not holding the people who are breaking the law accountable, what do we do what does the constitution state? Also, when it comes to corruption, we see all these corruption cases happening. You know, I was in management before, and before we were paid, a staff list will be sent to my office where I appended my signatures on every staff that was within my branch. Now, we see reports of Auditor General reports stating that there are cases of ghost workers being paid 35 billion within a year. Then the question is, because this money goes to a specific account and it is withdrawn, is it that the bodies that are responsible to protect our money, to hold those who are corrupt or who are embezzling money, are brought to book, are not doing their jobs? What do we do as per the constitution? Because the whole system is rotten. Money is being stolen and nobody is being held accountable. People are being killed, people are being arrested, and nobody is being held accountable. When we are playing by the rules, why isn't the government okay? What do you do when you are following the rules, when you are playing by the constitution, yet the opponent isn't? They're breaking the rules because, you know, the government isn't playing by the same rules. They're breaking the law. They are disobeying court orders. What do we do in that state?
So Muli, I'll give you a very short response before I drop out from the space. I think for me, we are just talking about the bad governance that we have in the country. And like they say that the fish rots from the head. So we have a very bad leadership in our country, where right from the executive, they don't obey the law, there is no question of accountability, and that cascades downwards. Like I said earlier, what the executive does is to appoint people they can control who do not see accountability as part of their duty or responsibility. And that's why you end up with no solution at all to those disappearances, to those deaths. Nobody's taking up action. And normally the consequence of a rotten system like we have today is people revolting. People are coming up to say that we are dissatisfied, and I think this is exactly what the Maandamano is actually doing, because we are saying that we need an overhaul of the entire system, but we also now must elect leaders who must be able to say, we are firing so and so because they have failed in their duties. So I think that is the crux of the matter, Muli, that what kind of governance structure do we have, and who are the people in those offices? You cannot preside over a government or a country where people are being killed, disappeared like that, and then you don't account for it. And I think things go normal. That's why people pick up arms against the establishment. In fact, I again want to make reference to the African Charter on Elections and Democracy. I think it must be chapter 8 thereon, that says that, they forbid what they're calling unconstitutional removal of governments. And you can read this in the context of, say, Burkina Faso, Guinea, Mali, and Niger, where the military has taken over, because people are hiding behind the idea that we are democratically elected, but they don't fulfill the will of the people. So for me, I've come to the conclusion that if you're a democratically elected country and you are not fulfilling the wishes of the people, we must now remove you, and that cannot be constitutional and unconstitutional. It is constitutional because you are defying the will of the people. So I think the rising of Kenyans, the rising of the Gen Zs to say that we don't support this government, Ruto must go now, is speaking to all those issues that you have raised. Why isn't there no accountability? But why are the people holding these public offices not feeling not even having the shame to say that people have been killed? I mean, do I still need to stay even a minute or a day longer in these offices? Hell no, they shouldn't. But it's a whole system. It's like when your operating system in your computer fails, you have to buy a new computer or you have to change it. So We have an operating political system here that has failed. You know, it cannot work anymore. It's collapsed. So we must go for change. And all you people must actually rise up and be that change. Let's not just talk, lament, offer ourselves to lead this country, because you have knowledge, you are intellectual, you have the know-how. This is the age of technology. Nobody can lie to us anymore. If it is about national debt, we can check those figures. If it's about the corrupt, we know who they are. So, guys, let's rise up. I am happy that we are rising up, and especially with a lot of anger. I think I'll leave it to that. Afrocentric, I really, really want to beg to be excused.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for joining this space. Hope you can hear me now. I had to exit and rejoin too.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, thank you so much for gracing this space with your presence and sharing the knowledge share that you've shared with us. I think we're more informed. This civil education, like it's the age of information, and like you said, everything is on the internet, but also you explaining what is on the internet and what you know in terms of constitution has really enlightened us. Thank you, Sana. You're welcome back again. Anytime you see us up,
Yeah,
please
and
join us.
I know this conversation is not ending now. I'm sure this is a live conversation. It will continue. Definitely, let's continue the conversation, please.
Asante sana daktari. Haya. You are excused. You're excused. I'd like to pass the microphone to six uko hapo, 6,000. 6, can you hear us? Not there. Daudi Kabaka.
Mi nawasikia bana.
Kiuti unasikia?
Yeah, nakusikia though microphone yangu nikaa iko na feedback kiasi on my
You
side.
want to say something? Haya. Daudi Kabaka.
Yes, I'm there. Can you hear me?
There's a lot of
Thank
feedback.
you.
Can you get to a silent place and then lift up your hand when you're ready to speak?
Thank you for the space.
Guys, please, space etiquette. Please get it to a silent place and then address the nation. Now you're coming here with lot of noise. Elijah, shika mic.
Thank you very much, Afro. Right now I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Today, actually, I'm just going to be brief. And first thing before I forget is that if guys we happen to find ourselves in a millions people in town, let us not leave that town. Let us actually demonstrate. And if you are very lucky enough, again, we find ourselves to Parliament again, please let's come there. Let's not leave. Because that's where we messed. These guys were almost actually going home. And so we need to have a plan. We need to have a new plan, because this plan of going to town, running here and there, and by 5 or 4 we rush home is not going to work. And the reason why Ruto has done what he has done is that he has realized that the policemen that he has deployed in town, they are kind of winning the war against us. But then I think he missed the point. I think you can still come back in full force and force the issues that you want. We want him actually to listen to our issues. He is aware of our issues, but clearly he doesn't care about us. He cares about 2027 now. It's very clear. So guys, we need to change our game. And please, if we say on Tuesday, kindly let us all go to town. On Tuesday I was there. Though it was chaotic, but we were not that many, but it was chaotic. And if the way we are seeing it here online, that guys, let's go to town on Tuesday, please, tukuje zote, and I'm very sure that you're going to do something. These policemen, they can't do anything to us. If we are millions of people, they cannot control us, and we are going to send a message very clearly. It's very clear to us that all along, the people that we thought that they were fighting for us, kumbe they were fighting for their own interest. So I think it's a wake-up call for all of us, and now we see things differently. Let's keep on pushing, and I'm very sure that we are going to win this war. The last point is that, if I give someone else the microphone, is that, guys, we also need to keep on pushing on this CDF issue. So long as CDF is there, any president who will ascend into power will have the monopoly of controlling all the MPs. Because if they don't support the president, they will be investigated by EACC. And we know very well that our MPs, they have been using the CDF money for their own, benefits, not the benefits of the constituencies. So I think those are the issues that we keep on pushing. And once we win this CDF thing, believe you me, things are going to, to go back into place, because the MPs, they will have nothing to defend. They will have no reason to, to align themselves with any regime that comes to power. And I believe, guys, let us focus and let us focus. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Elijah, did you read my tweet, which I've been asking people to retweet on the Jumbotron? Umeisoma? Oh, bado.
Which one, please?
The one on the Nest, the Jumbotron up here.
Like, yes. I've seen
That
it
is
actually.
the strategy that we're talking about. We are not going to CBD. We are talking all roads leading to the CBD. So usiende CBD utakuwa peke yako. At least that's not the plan, guys. We hold these spaces. Everyone says change strategy, and then we ask what's the new strategy. People give ideas. Let's occupy all highways, all bypasses. Okay, then we come up with a strategy. So we are saying, please. By the way, we are over 1,500 here, guys. Please, and then we have only how many retweets on this thing? We have like 50 retweets, guys. Online activism, please be active. Don't just listen and then utie manani. Please let every comrade know this is what we're doing. When you retweet it, you're putting it out there on the cyberspace. So retweet it. Let everyone know. If you live around Jogo Road, the road we are choking is Hapo City Stadium, around the industrial area. And then the second point is towards Donholm. Hapo your outer ring, Hapo we are choking that point. We are also occupying Kariobangi roundabout. If you live around there, please march there. Let's meet there. If you're in Limuru Road, we are choking Ruaka Stage, and we're choking also Oilibia Parklands Avenue. And let's march towards Karura. And this is towards the embassy. This is around the embassy area. The main this is to choke embassies. Unajua hizo ma number plate ni za red ama ni za green. This is Limuru Road. This is very serious. This one is the sensitive one. Okay, if you live around there, Parklands Avenue, we are choking Limuru Road. Hurlingham roundabout, choke. No one moves, no one in, no one out. Ruai, Utawala, choke it. No one in, no one out. Wayaki Way, occupy. Sit down on the road, hold your pickets, peacefully demonstrate. Hapo Runda, Kwanza Ring Road, Parklands. James Gishuru Road. Hapo around ABC, Red Hill, roundabout around ABC. And then we are choking Kabete around Polytechnic and Uthiru Market. We are choking there. Mombasa Road to Ole Sereni, hapo Airtel headquarters. If you live around there, hizo ma apartments hapo on Mombasa Road, around Ole Sereni, let us just come over there. Na kuja na firimbi yako, maji yako na camera. And then we are blocking Eastern Bypass around City Cabanas. Blocked, choked. And then directly around JKIA, SGR Terminus, hapo exit 3. Choke, nothing is happening there. Mulolongo at Expressway exit. Choke. Guys, I hope you're retweeting these things. Like, we have people who have dedicated their time to put this out. They have put their sweat so people can understand this is where we're going to meet. So guys, retweet, be active, be an active member in this movement. Don't just be, but the fact that you're in this space shows you're really active and shows that you want to do something. Otherwise, some people are very indifferent. Nilienda huko TikTok nikaona watu wana dance, nikashangaa si hawajui what's going on. Nikaanza kucomment, Ruto must go, Ruto must go. Nilichujwa bio. Anyway, we're blocking Kiserian and Upper Kajiado. Be very active and then occupy Jogo Road. I've already said that one. So yes, so retweet that. This information is already on my timeline. Please retweet it. Let's get this information out there. Screenshot the flyer if you depending on your space and share it. And guys, come Tuesday tunamwagika kama siafu kwenye mabarabara. No movement. We are paralyzing the logistics of this country. We are just no movement of cars, lorries, trucks, nothing in of Nairobi, nothing living out, choking the tributaries. You know Nairobi is like a huge lake. and it's serviced by all these roads coming in. Nothing is coming in. We're just sitting in the roads and we're letting the world know, we're letting this regime know we are tired and we're passing a message, which is a constitutional right, to stand on those roads and picket and say, hey, Ruto must go. Ruto must go. Sir Vincent, karibu kwenye space.
Thank you so much, Afro. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Guys, you can remember in the morning I left for something like, I don't know, Afro, whether you were asleep, but Ayo was...
I had your friend who had been abducted. What's the news on that?
That is what we are into right now. And actually, if there is somebody who can... that echo. I don't know whose mic is on. And kindly mute your mics so that at least you don't have that backfall of the voice. Now, if there is somebody who thinks is capable of giving some help, because right now we are aware of where he is, and actually hawa watu wamenimalizia wamenizungusha bana. Nilikuwa nawafuata from the track and so on. I don't know what they did to that phone once they reached Kiambu headquarters. DCI headquarters. So it's like, I don't know how they realized the tracking, but I just lost him. But I lost him once he was in Kiambu. So I have been around here, like the guy also found a certain strange phone. I don't know where he got the phone and wrote me a message considering he's pregnant. By the way, the wife is like, can have labor pains as soon as any time from now. So he was like, Vinny, if I don't show up any soon, please ensure Anne doesn't get the other hand, and that's the wife. So I'm back to thick right now, but I'm kind of strategizing to get back to, because I have left in Kiambu around some Tatu na Kitu, and I've reached Thika right now. So ndio nimefika tu kwa nyumba. By the time you guys were calling my name, I never had the mic yet, but that's still sikuwa nimefika kwa nyumba, ndio nimefika. And I've also just realized venye nimeingia, I've received a funny few calls from very few funny numbers. They call me and they don't speak. Like I receive, mi sahi nilisema wacha kenye kinatokea itokee. So I just receive all those calls and aongei. Actually, the last one I've just received around 3 minutes ago, nikiwa tu hapo jua hata nikishapewa mic, nikishakuwa hapa kama speaker. So like I think I need some help. Somebody who is an IT expert. There is something I want us to do. Like I want us to help this guy out. And I think my tracks have been on the hacking and doing some 1, 2, 3. So there is a way. I think these guys have realized something. So I'm just trying to push the normal things that are not going through. I'm here right now, seated, trying to under some new strategy that is trying to develop some few funny codes and characters to do the thing in another way. But I need some help. Actually, the last time I had this person is in Kiambu, at the DCI headquarters, and according to the normal, I think they may take him to Muthaiga anytime from now. So I just want to know exactly where he is, because there is some traces that I can still use. That is why I'm trying to develop some new codes and characters to do this. Otherwise, these guys are not yet, because I'm just hearing rumors that there is somebody who has been also abducted around Mlolongo this morning. I'm not sure about the truth about that, but kuna mtu pia ameshikwa, which is also somebody who is into the IT so much and trying to scrutinize this government through the internet, like through the trying to hack their funny things, like most of these police, the DCIs, the NIS. There's some things they're doing. And then, guys, just to bring to your attention, there is a rumor that is going on, and I think when it has going, because we have received this from a certain professor of comp science, who is not in Kenya, but I don't know where he's gotten this information. There is something like somebody is listening. There is a lot of rage because of this reappointment of these things, and they have realized that you using this space, they have realized you're using internet to do lots of things. Expect so many funny happenings in the internet space, starting maybe if not tomorrow, then Monday. Expect a lot of funny things. Like you will at points like have maybe no network in the whole country at some few hours. Like yeah, expect some funny things because there is a rumors that is going on. And the last time they did this was long way ago, but expect something like that. Otherwise, I don't know if there is anyone listening here who can be of help. I want us to help the guy out. Like I just don't know what to do up to this moment because
Vincent.
wamenizungusha to a point nimejipata nikiendelea kuwafuata I will have no like nilikuwa nimemaliza fuelki fulani, so I just came back.
Vincent.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Who is talking?
Ayo.
Oh, Ayo, I'm listening.
How can we help?
Mazi, I
feel
still
so
don't
sad.
know
I feel so
exactly
sad.
what to figure out. Like, can we, like, somebody who knows someone a little much powerful who can help us trace, like, something of the sort or so?
Where is Kowino? Chukua mic.
Kowino is not on the space. Anyway,
Kowino ako hapa chini. Namuona.
I think, like, talking is Vincent. If there is somebody with some such kind of mind, he can just at least DM me. Like, this account
No.
is new. I
You
haven't
want an
received any
IT?
message
What
inbox,
kind
but
of?
somebody can just
Can you
DM
hear
me
me?
so that we discuss this. I can
Vincent.
share the number, WhatsApp number, so that we can talk.
Oh Lord, Vincent, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. What kind of IT profession do you need? Someone who is who? What tool are you looking? Who needs to know? IT is a very broad field.
Maze, I want a hacker. I want us to bridge something. Sorry.
Okay, guys.
I don't want to
on the
share
space.
the much of that here because we have several people listening here. So I don't want to share much of that here. That is why I'm talking of somebody
Okay,
can DM me.
guys. Okay, no problem. Okay, guys, please DM Vincent on the space if you are skilled, if you cyber security, if you're good in breaching systems. This is for a good cause. Otherwise, Mike to Anthony Muridi. Mike is yours. Karibu.
Hi, morning. Afrocentric. I'm happy to be here today. Am I audible?
Very.
Now, I'll start by saying myself, I'm a millennial, and what we are doing did not start with us. I think that's a message that people need and government needs to understand. That the first people to agitate for better governance were our forefathers, the Mau Mau, because they did not like.
Ayo, namsikia?
Usimsikia amepotea.
Mau. That's the last thing I had.
Afro, can I say something before nitoke kidogo?
Please.
Okay, thank you. Nile doc alikuwa na maraka, so nimemuuliza tu small question, but my point is this: the problem that we have in this country won't just stop with the president. It is the whole system. We have to clean up the entire system. There is rot everywhere, from the parastatus, from county governments, from everything. And we need to start also as ourselves as citizens. We start taking control. See, I've started something and I'm seeing it going somewhere. I've engaged several people, and we want to start holding people at our own level accountable. See, I come from Nakuru County, and what I did was nilienda nikatafuta the Auditors General report for the year 2022, 2023, and 2023, 2024 as up to April. And I took the budget for the year 2022-2023 for the county, and 2023-2024. And after going through that report, you can see there are a lot of unexplained information. Like in the year 2023, 2022-2023, you can see the county government of Nakuru having spent a lot of money that in the previous years they didn't spend in the year 2021-2022. And unless we take it to ourselves to question these people, because they have unlimited resources, our money, they will continue spending it anyhowly. You can see how much money these people are spending the way they want. You can see one county spending 1 million shillings on a chair, I don't know, 100,000 on a wheelbarrow, all this money being spent left, right, and center. They're using these loopholes to steal our money. And unless and until we get this information, we get to go through the report and we start questioning them, they will continue enriching themselves at our expense. And at the end of the day, we are going to be told that the county, the national government does not have money to do A, B, C, and D. Interestingly, the leaders that we have, they do not take their kids to public schools, but they want us to take our kids to public schools. Interestingly, when they get sick, they don't go to public hospitals, but they expect us to go to these public hospitals. The money that they're supposed to improve our education system, our healthcare system, so that everybody can enjoy these services, they're using that money to enrich themselves. For them, they're okay because wakigonjeka, they can go abroad. Their kids, they go to international schools. We are left here with schools that do not have enough books. We have hospitals that do not have enough medication. And until and unless every one of us take that responsibility ya kusema aje, this is my money, this is my tax that pays these people, let me start holding them accountable. Go through that report, the Auditor General's report, go through the budget. This information is out there. Go through it. I was talking to some people, assume 1,000 people or 1,000 or 2,000 people march to the county government armed with the budget and the Auditor General's report, and you hold the county governor accountable. The governor, you had budgeted to spend this on this hospital, to build this hospital, to build this road. Where is the road yenye umetengeneza? What have you done with that, with our money? If amefanya Kenya alisema, well and good, but if hajifanya, we have to start holding them accountable. Hii pesa yetu ilienda wapi? If we have to go to court to get court orders to one venue pesa ilikuwa transacted, money, there's money trail. We can get court orders. We go and access this bank accounts of where money ilitoka from account A ikaenda to account B, how this money was distributed. If these people are stealing our money, we have to make it public. We have to take them to court and they have to reimburse our money. But that responsibility needs to start with us. Si kupiga tu kelele, we lament and we are not taking action. We have to start taking action. You have to spoil